as her replacement. The Political Parties Disputes Tribunal found that UDA's disciplinary proceedings were unlawful, procedurally flawed, and that the entire process was calculated to kick her out. The tribunal, chaired by Desmond Nungo, unanimously ruled that Orwoba's expulsion was null and void and ordered UDA to reverse any decisions made in removing her from the party. But Nabwire had taken the oath of office.
I, Consolata Nabwire Wakwabubi, having been elected a member of the Senate, do swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the people and the Republic of Kenya, that I will obey, respect, uphold, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God.
Orwoba filed a petition at the High Court challenging Nabwire's appointment, arguing it's unconstitutional, even as senators congratulated Nabwire on her nomination and welcomed her to the chamber. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna offered this advice.
I want to welcome you to the capital. Here, nobody can touch you for as long as you can say Sifuna. So if anybody tries to do anything, you might not be from my own political party, but I consider you a sister. I want to welcome you to this house. I'm hoping that we will do great things for the people of Kenya. Don't listen to the hecklers. I hope that you will be able to deliver for the women who you've come to represent here, for the whole country, and I wish you all the best.
Meanwhile, Orwoba is to appear here on the Situation Room shortly. The impeachment hearings of Kericho Governor Eric Mutai have been scheduled for Wednesday, Thursday and Friday next week at the Senate. Senate Speaker Amason Kingi said the governor and other parties involved in the proceedings have until next Monday to respond to matters arising in the impeachment. Additionally, the Senate resolved to investigate and determine the allegations raised against the governor in plenary, where all the members will participate. This is after a motion seeking to have the matter heard by an 11-member special committee flopped. Gospel musician Dr. Ruben Kigame on Wednesday officially announced his intention to run for president in 2027 amid claims of continued suppression by the state. Addressing journalists in Nairobi, Kigame, who was scheduled to make the announcement at Kenyatta Market, said he had to abruptly change the venue after the government revoked his permit to hold the meeting. He accused the government of violating his constitutional rights.
Here are two letters. This letter is dated 14th, granting us the permission to be able to hold a meeting to declare that I'm running for office. This second one is dated 18th, cancelling the same permission. That's how contradictory this government is. And guess what? I went to Kenyatta Market not to have a public rally as intended, but instead to have a press conference, just address the media and say, my constitutional right is here, I'll be vying for office. And guess what? They poured police.
Kigame, whom the IEBC excluded from the presidential ballot in 2022, said he would offer value-based leadership if elected.
Mwaka wa 2027 au mapema ama baadaye, wakati uchaguzi utakapoitishwa, mimi niko tayari kujiweka mbele kutetea Wakenya wanaotaka utu na wanaotaka haki na wanaotaka mali. Nimezuiliwa, lakini nimezoea kuzuiliwa. Mwaka wa 2022 Wafula Chebukati na IEBC pamoja na wale competitors wangu walifanya juu chini nisiwe kwenye ballot.
A prominent South African MP fired shots to fend off a violent attack by a gang on him and two of his colleagues in Cape Town. Ian Cameron, along with two other members of Parliament's police committee, were returning from a work trip when their vehicle was ambushed in the township of Philippi on Tuesday. The assailants smashed the car's windows and with bricks, injuring Cameron, who retaliated by opening fire, injuring one of the attackers. Police said two teenagers have been arrested as they investigate a case of attempted murder and attempted hijacking. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice.
Today, getting into it this morning, and how are you is where we start with today. It is 7 minutes after 6 o'clock on this 21st day of hey, I never get the date right. It actually is finally the 21st. I've been calling it the 21st since I don't know when, but I think I finally got it right. N'est-ce pas?
N'est-ce pas?
C'est ça. Good morning, Mr. Aseto.
Good morning. How are you?
Niko salama kabisa.
That color is popping vizuri.
Thank you, please. Spice.
Kabisa.
Good morning, Dennis Okari.
Good morning.
Did you sleep?
I barely slept. Left here till 11.
I know. News at night, Spice in the morning. Crazy.
Yeah.
But you are here, so it's good.
Yeah, it's good. I can't wait to see what the day... You've been calling this 21st, so it better be good.
For goodness sake, I don't know. I've been saying 21st since Monday.
Yeah, it better be good.
It better be good.
Yeah.
We'll wait
and see. That's why you are up early and bright. So you know, just spice your sugar.
Okari.
You thought you're the only one who's poetic.
Kuja pole pole.
I'm done. See, we go home.
Don't joke with kissing, man.
You came from Senegal originally.
And you're the saviors of the country.
We are not from this country of yours. We're here to help you.
Apparently. In wealth and rest. Sawa. Where? Okay. I'm glad that everybody's doing okay getting into it this morning. Just in case you're wondering, things are going today kaende. We are here. I'll tell you what we'll be discussing through, but it will be at the top of every hour. And as we do, welcome. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. We can see you getting into the room this morning. So karibu sana, and thank you for doing that every morning as you do. Our audience on KTN, good morning. There's some laughter that you heard in the background. There it is again. Nominated Senator Gloria Orwoba is here with us this morning at this hour, and we will have to say good morning first of all.
I didn't even sleep.
Bas. You see what we go through?
I don't even know what time you guys wake up, and I remember I used to do these shows like every day. But also my last born son didn't sleep, so
two of you are doing
I don't know what was happening. So last night we had to put him in our bed, and you know, now that one there's no for sleeping.
No, it's not.
That's why. It's the 21st.
Yeah.
There's something about
the 21st.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but there's something about, I'm telling you, and my senses are very attuned. There's something, I don't know what it is, but okay, we'll wait and see. But you're here this morning. I mean, we usually don't start conversations like this, but we're doing it anyway today, and we're getting into conversations today. And everybody is going to ask, what are we talking about? We'll get into it in just a bit. And so, everybody, as we see you coming in, good morning and welcome. And we're going to start this conversation early today, and we'll do that. But, of course, we have to welcome you with today's proverb, regardless.
Okay. Yes. Zambia is where we are today. A beautiful country. Mining takes forth one of the biggest producers of copper. So when you think about switching that light, just know Zambia played a role, right? But let's go to the proverb. One head cannot carry a roof, one head cannot carry a roof. How would you interpret that?
Here? For the first time, I'm blank. That one, I need assistance. You know, the good thing, sometimes you just have to say you think one head.
Have you had coffee?
I don't take coffee, but like, you end up one head that cannot carry a roof. Like, guys.
Think of unity.
Okay.
Many heads
you need
coming
many
together.
heads.
What do you need a roof for?
Yes.
So this is about team spirit.
Yes. Kidole kimoja kivunji chao.
Ungesema hiyo ya Kenya hiyo ningejua. Yeah. Okay. That's a very, considering what's happening now in the political space, I think that's a very relevant, what is it? Proverb. Yeah. Yeah. With everything that's happening in the political
space. It would be interesting to see what is exactly happening in the political space. So we go.
Let's go, because it's interesting that everybody holding the roof together, it goes towards team spirit. So let's get into this conversation, shall we? Yesterday we saw the swearing in of nominated senator, and essentially she comes in to fill a space which you are still in.
Yeah, so now we are 68.
Okay. I know it's early in the morning and coffee is yet to do the thing, but you're going to need to explain this to us.
Well, actually what you witnessed yesterday, you know, I've been really, because my lawyers have been advising me, don't talk, keep quiet. We know you want to say everything. Wait until we are done with the case. Let's get the ruling and then you can talk. So I feel like I have been released. So what's been happening is, it's been let me say 3 months of torment. And 3 months of threats, 3 months of, I've gone through it. By the way, I feel like now I'm ready. I can deputize someone in this presidential campaign. And you know, the truth of the matter is that the ruling from the political parties tribunal was already scheduled to be on 20th at 2:00 in the afternoon. Basically from 2 onwards. It was scheduled. The Senate is part of that, was part of the proceedings, and in fact the Senate put in submissions. They even had a witness coming to the case. So it's not that they were not aware. The Senate as an institution were aware. They had their director of legal who came in as a witness to give the testimonies of why Senate put out a gazette despite the ongoing. So you know, you can't say that they didn't know that the ruling was coming. In fact, we were all informed that the ruling is coming on 20th. IBC was aware. IBC, in fact, came in and they were asked, because I've been sitting through those proceedings, they were asked during the proceedings if they wanted to submit any submissions or, you know, and they said no, they are there to be guided by their tribunal, that they are waiting for the tribunal to rule so that they can take the necessary actions. The Speaker is very much aware because it is the duty of the clerk of the Senate to inform, including the Senate Business Committee, of all the ongoings on matters such as this. So the Speaker was aware, and they were all aware that the ruling was coming on 20th. I can say this authoritatively because I know that it is a fact. The Speaker and the clerk of the Senate, because they were following how the case was going. And you know, you don't need to be a lawyer to see that there were a lot of wrong things with the actions that were taken against me and removing me from my seat. There was an affidavit by the Political Parties Tribunal, basically, I mean by the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, that said we have not removed her from UDA. So basically they were saying we don't even understand how the senators went and gazette a vacancy because the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, through an affidavit to the court, confirmed that they are not taking any action from removing me from any party list at the time when this case was going. So if you were following the case, you would know that there were so many things. There were so many wrong dates. The people who apparently accused me of not being a state officer, this guy called Festus, who I reported because he is a rogue agent with so many cases and who basically works with Alfred Mutua. He's the guy who was the complainant of my case. He never appeared in court. His lawyer never appeared in court.
When you say works with Alfred Mutua in an official capacity?
He's one of the agents that is under that program of Kazimaju. He is the official complainant to UDA, saying that I'm not a state officer, I do not conduct myself in this manner. That everything originated from a person who I brought in an inquiry at the Senate because he has conned many Kenyans. And you know, as you see, the moment they removed me, what happened to the issue of they just shut down the issue. They did a lot of cover-ups, and then they threw away the inquiry, and a lot of Kenyans are still waiting for their monies to be refunded. So that was the complainant. The complainant was a rogue agent who had already been highlighted, who was being investigated by the Senate. He went, complained at UDA under instructions by all these people, and then he never showed up. He never showed up in any of this. His lawyer never showed up in any of this. Just went, and he never even signed the affidavits that were being presented in court. It was a clear case of impunity. And you talk about corruption of people taking money. This is another level of corruption because it's a corruption of influence. It's a corruption of abuse of office. So anyone who was following the case could see that this case was not going to hold. So already by Sunday, I got a call from a person who works with the clerk's office and told me, these people know that you're probably going to be reinstated because the case is not looking good at all. So they have started talking, and they're having side shows of how to bring in a special sitting so that they can swear in the next person in line before the ruling comes out.
Someone who works with the clerk's office of the Senate.
The clerks, in the clerk's office, there are people who work there.
Right.
Yeah. Don't imagine that they are just, these are human beings. I don't know what is happening.
So this person was just confiding in you?
Yeah, they were just
this
confiding.
Is what's going on.
They're just confiding me. They told me, heads up, these people are planning to swear in this lady. I thought the person was just maybe, So I called someone else from the speaker's office. And the person confirmed that indeed it is a conversation that has been had. And the Senate Business Committee is going to add it as an agenda in the special sitting. And they called the special sitting for 20th, same day when the ruling was being released. And they got information, I don't know how, that the ruling would come from around 3 o'clock. So they saw her in. If you look at the timings, it was like 2:50 or so. And then at 3 o'clock, the ruling came, and obviously I had been reinstated.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
So this means this entire time when this entire process is ongoing. So we have the register of political parties standing her ground. We have the process. So even the swearing in pretty much before the decision came from the tribunal was in contempt of the process.
Even this, because you see, IBC gazetting on Friday was. This is how now we have to look at IBC. It's supposed to be an independent institution with no influence. On Friday, when they were releasing a gazette that now they have brought in the next person, they are the same people in court on record stating that they are waiting for the tribunal so that the tribunal can give them a direction so that they can act. They said that in court through their lawyer. But orders from above, pressure from above, Friday, they released a gazette. So, when people think of corruption, don't think of it just as money. What was the emergency that you had to carry out a swearing in 15 minutes before a ruling was read? What was the emergency? Nominated senators don't even vote. So you can't even say that we were about to vote for the Kericho impeachment process. We don't even vote in Senate. So you didn't need her vote. That's not an issue of voting. What was the emergency? Because if you waited 15 minutes, it would have guided you. Because if I lost the case, I would have lost the case on merit.
So you say powers from above. Who stands to benefit? Because then Consolata Obuire was just sworn in to replace you just moments before the tribunal was going to declare that you were ousted and procedurally. Who is this?
You've got to go back to the genesis. Where did this disciplinary issue begin? A rogue agent who is working in cahoots with the ministry. You understand? Who I had uncovered because we had all the evidence. We still have the evidence. Witnesses who we had proceeded to the Senate to start an inquiry. The inquiry had started. Remember, that's the time Alfred Mutua tried to dissuade the media by saying that, I'm a rogue agent myself. I have no business in this country. Zero. I have not one business in this country. So the genesis of it is, where they did this disciplinary case? In that sitting of the Senate, Alfred Mutua said, he's going to make sure that I'm fired.
You know, it's
on record.
It's interesting that even when Alfred Mutua was here, he repeated the same thing seated there.
Yeah.
That
I'm not befitting of a state officer. I should be fired from my seat.
You will lose your job and whatnot.
And you have to follow Alfred Mutua's presence in State House. The day that the Senate gazetted me, my seat vacant, Alfred Mutua was in State House dancing with the president.
Let's do chronology, shall we?
Yeah.
Because all of these things happened in succession until we get to yesterday being the 20th of August when the ruling was set to be given. But let's go back a little bit. Before that, and link them if necessary too.
Yes.
That before that, there had been complaints of a different nature that had come in terms of conduct of certain staff of the Senate, in terms of,
sexual harassment.
Not just that happens to you, but that happens to other people in the Senate. So there started, the stirring up of things. And you were asked to, of course, he who alleges then proves. You were asked to prove that. It went into,
I did a very long podcast where I explained
exactly what happened.
And in fact, I was not asked to prove.
Yeah.
I went and reported an issue of sexual harassment, and then I was charged at the Powers and Privilege Committee. I was disciplined for reporting.
Yes, you were suspended for some time.
And the charge, do you know what the charge was? The charge was that I'm disrespecting the Senate by alleging that there are sexual favors in exchange for legislative agenda. I was charged. The irony of it.
Right. You then were suspended.
Then I was suspended.
And then you were asked to make an apology, which after some time, all right, then you did.
They told me that I offended. By my reports, there are some people who I offended. I agreed. Okay, there are people who offended. They don't want to talk about the true things that are happening in Parliament. I apologize to them for offending them.
Okay.
Yeah, by reporting.
Was that case ever looked into?
Never.
These allegations of sexual...
Not up until today. I had the president saying and directing EACC, which first of all, how do you direct EACC? It is an independent institution. But I had him directing and putting together this multi-task force thing and saying that now we are going to deal with corruption. Start from the clerk's office. Because till today, no one has investigated that matter. Till today, even when I tell you, when we were going for this hearing where the complainant is apparently UDA, it is the clerk that was fighting very hard through the witness that they sent as a Senate. Here's the funny thing. People say, oh, you're saying a lot of things. The clerk doubles up as the secretary to the Parliamentary Service Commission. One of the roles of the secretary right now to the Parliamentary Service Commission, he is in charge of all legal affairs. So all my cases in court where it touches with the Senate, it is the clerk giving directly instructions to those lawyers. So when you talk about corruption, don't look at it as man. It is abuse of office. Today, as we speak, the day when they illegally removed me, the clerk's office gave instructions to remove my name from the Parliament website and erase anything where I have been mentioned as a senator.
Normally, would that be the procedural way to do things?
Because there were orders stopping all that.
How powerful is this clerk?
Very powerful.
The clerk is not an elected
member. He is everywhere, and he's powerful, and he holds the purse. He holds the budget.
He comes through
the accounting officer.
He comes through the Public Service Commission.
He's voted into
the Senate by senators, nominated in the names.
You can impeach the clerk, by the way.
But why is this clerk very powerful?
First of all, he has been there 100 years. He knows all the loopholes. He knows all the back doors. One thing he told me personally to my face, early, before even the speaker called us for a sitting to try and mediate on the issue of the office. He told me, I'll make your life hell. And I will make sure that when I'm done with you, you'll be in debt.
He said this to you personally?
To my face. So now, every time I reflect, we laugh about it with my sister. Because for him, 10.5 million is the debt that he wants to him. Because he said, by the time you're done with this place, I will leave you. He even said, I will take your pension. He said to me, he repeated it to several senators. Let me tell you how powerful he is. When you have to call for a special sitting, you must convene a committee of the Senate Business Committee. They are the people who make whatever agenda is on the order paper. To convene that meeting, he's not the chair, but he sits there by virtue of the fact that he holds the office of the clerk of the Senate. And because the Senate Business Committee is the one that runs the whole show of everything that is being discussed, he does not delegate. He sits in that one. You understand?
Yes.
And because he holds the pass, today he can say to Okari, he doesn't have to say it on paper and on record. There at the corridor. Oh, I have seen you have written a letter scheduled for London. Okay, let's meet at the committee. There's some things there. My friend, those things that you're hearing now, the president confirming. When I said there's some corruption in Parliament, they said I'm crazy. My colleagues even stood in chambers and said that they need to look into my mental health. And they said they need to check because they think I'm bipolar. When I was gazetted, my seat was gazetted vacant, the same Senate WhatsApp group, one of the members said, I told you should have convinced this lady, anyone who's a friend, that she should have gone and checked herself in a mental institution or something on the lines of my mental blah, blah, blah. So when the president now stood and said that there's corruption in Parliament and he has seen and he pointed figures and whatever happened to him, because that's his story, right? How come they're not saying he has a mental health issue? Because he's a man.
One would have to ask. And for all intents and purposes, based on the ruling that was given, because we'll take a break and come back and look at what this ruling then now said, which is after the swearing in of, this other nominated senator. But then one must ask the question, Senator, why you? Why would there be onslaught against you when you bring up a matter, whether it's sexual harassment today, when you bring up a matter and talk about, well, there are people who are being fleeced in this country, money is being taken from them, promising them jobs abroad, and then they don't get their money, neither do they get the jobs abroad, right? And there's furor. People are saying, Senator Gloria has a mental issue. She's disturbing us. She must pay. She will lose her job. What is it? Why are you?
There's nothing special about me. And I will explain when you come back from the break. But what I can say is, Parliament is like a cult. And when you go in, there are things, it's like how you are indoctrinated. And one of the things is that they must break your spirit. There's a lady who died. She used to work in Parliament as a clerk, Mudiawori's daughter. One time, like literally 2 days before she died, she found me at the corridor and she knew what they had started doing to me because I refused to bend. I refused, And she said to me by the corridor, it was 2 days before, because I remember we were going to Mombasa, then I was told she died. She said, Senator, you are the senator. All of us here, we work for members. And she said, you know what they're trying to do? They're trying to indoctrinate you. They're trying to bring you into the cult. And she said, don't let them break your spirit, because you're one of the fighters. I don't know how long she had worked in Parliament. That is the last thing she told me by the corridor of the entrance of Senate. And that day I was gloomy, things were happening to me, and I was very new. And she said, don't let them break your spirit. Every time something happens now, I tell you, it's because I have vowed and I have said, you will not break my spirit, you will not indoctrinate me to that cult. I am not going to be sleeping around. I am not going to do the things you're doing. I am not doing those things. It is me who will change this place, or you might as well do away with me. So you can see they're trying to do away with me.
If you go by that statement, then does it mean the other Senate members have been indoctrinated through a ritual?
Many
have gone that line. You refuse to bend, but
some have chosen to sacrifice some of the things they could have been doing in the interest of their political careers and in the interest of the people of Kenya, because they don't want to be indoctrinated. It's like, I don't want to do this, therefore I know I can't do this and ABC, so that I'll sacrifice this because I want to keep who I am. And they're quiet, they put their heads down, and they when we come back, I'll give you statistics of the numbers of nominated women since 2013, 11th Parliament, until now, and how many of those have been elected and why they were elected.
Okay. Now, our producer is telling us there's no break, so we are just going to continue. We're just going to go ahead.
So the question you are asking is, I wish I could speak freely, but I feel it's like, when something happens to you, when you are a victim of something, I come from a victim-centered place. You cannot be the person that outs the victim. When the victim is ready and willing you will hear their stories. If I can't be the one to come and say, Ata Dennis, alifanyiwa hivi na hivi, because maybe Dennis is not ready to say, so I can speak on my behalf.
Maybe they're okay with it.
No, they're not.
They're not okay.
They're not okay with it.
So quietly, when you have these conversations,
they're not okay. They're not okay. If you see the number of messages I got yesterday telling me, I can't believe they won. We were really rooting for you. We thought you were the one who would, right before the ruling came out, when they had sworn in the lady. You know? So they're not okay. Don't think they're okay. Who told you they're okay? Okay, if they are okay, why are they quiet? Do you hear women in Senate speaking?
No.
You don't. And when you hear the few who are speaking, they've gone to sell the agenda of someone. They are not speaking because of what they believe and who they are. Their heads are down. Because remember, even yesterday when they were congratulating her, they're saying, oh, it's 2 years. You know, it's 2 years. Put your head down until we are 3 months to, or 6 months to at the bare minimum.
Meaning what?
Persevere. Yeah.
So, Senator, we look at individuals here. We talk about Festus, who was the complainant. There is Alfred Mutua, who's working with Festus. Then we have the clerk.
Alfred Mutua was not a complainant in the disciplinary, but he was a complainant everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then now we have the clerk, IEBC, tribunal. If you look at everyone who's involved in this mix, seems as though this is such a choreographed move, well planned to ensure that you're out. And one would look at it and say, who did you hurt? Who is this person that you rubbed so bad to ensure that Gloria is out of Senate?
No, the outright question people are saying, what did you do to the president? That's what people are asking me. Mulikosania wapi? What I can tell you is, first of all, since as far back as when I was sworn in, certain things, I started pushing for certain things. Women agenda things, pads. The whole pads thing was way before. That's where we got the budget for 1 billion. That one, at least I succeeded in that. I started pushing for the Victim Protection Board. They brought something at the Senate as to operationalize it. I was, when you're pushing for things, you have to step on many toes, right? And the impression that these boys, I call them State House boys, these State House boys were
Sounds like a high school, but okay.
It is. It's not like the high school. The impression that they kept on giving the president is, huyu mama kona vita. This woman, she likes fighting everyone. She'll come here, she'll fight too. You see, sasa anapigana na nani, but they don't tell him. Why am I, for instance, at the Ministry of Gender? Why am I in that office? Why have I gone to see the PS? They just say, ameenda kuchokoza PS kwa gender. So they create this illusion of she's problematic. So they sold the narrative. So at one point when we went for the PG and the president had sort of intervened that they stop that first motion of suspending me, he asked me, umeacha vita? I was so offended.
The president asked you?
Yeah. I was like, sasa mimi ndio nimekuwa na vita. Like, you walked with us, we signed a women charter, you told me, Gloria, carry this as your Bible, go and implement. I do that. Then mimi ndio nimekuwa na vita. So I was like, what the hell? Then I started asking the people and they told me, unajua, every day, these boys, who now are crying, the Ishungwas, Osoros, who now are crying, oh, we are being shortchanged. Every single day their agenda when they wake up is to go and malign people to the president. That is what they had been doing. So by the time I was catching wind of it, it was too far. It was too far gone. Like, you've already been painted the person who fights, who does. But really, if you think about it, when you think about what was happening is, this person is trying to prove that she can work. And these people are trying to prove that she needs to get out of this space, because if she actually works, who knows how far she will go with these things. And so, to answer your question, I did not offend anyone. I did not, I might have stepped on a few toes here and there. I'm very outspoken. It brushes some people wrong. And the most important thing you must remember, I refuse to be indoctrinated into that cult of this parliament. And I said, and I've said it even on the floor, you will not break my spirit. My spirit will not, because once they break your spirit, you're done. And I used to tell my colleagues, yani umefanyikiwa hivi kidogo, umeenda umezima, you don't submit everything, umekasirikia committee. I said, you'll never break my spirit. Every time you push, I'm going to push back. That's what I want to tell Kenyans. I get a bit demotivated. Yesterday when the ruling came out, and if you go online, you see certain people saying, what is she fighting for? Nominated unafaa unyamaze uweke kichwa chini. Wale wamenyamaza wameka kichwa chini, you guys are still bashing them, saying Why are you not speaking for the women? Why are you not doing your job? Huyu mmoja mwenye ameongea, mnamwambia nyamaza, weka kichwa chini. Then forget that. Now that this person has woken up and said, me, I'm actually just going to be, to take, this is the hill I will die on. Yesterday, people are coming to say, what are you still fighting for? Resign, give up. Why? So that the corrupt people, the impunity can continue. You know, that's how Gen Z gave up. Sorry to say this. I want to just inform them, if they knew the power that they hold. Me, I've sat in those state house things, cabinet, those, you know, high places. These leaders are afraid of the people. But the people don't understand the power that they have. That is why people like Lagat are back in office doing press conferences. Because you gave up. Because because now you're coming to my spaces to tell me, si wachane na hiyo kiti, mbona una force issues, mbona. No. Because the moment I give up, okay, then what's going to happen? Everything that I've been fighting for this far I've come will be dropped. That's what happened. Gen Z gave up.
I mean, the thing is, you expelled on May 19th, and delegations on records, besides what you've mentioned, which is your side of the story, is shifting allegiance to another political outfit. And you are accused of breaching the party's code of conduct by attending the homecoming of former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i and criticizing President William Ruto, Ruto's labor mobility program. Were you ever, did you shift allegiance? And did you, in this case, criticize the president's labor mobility program? And you are not part of the party, so why then have you in the Senate? Because you've already moved.
I didn't shift allegiance. My allegiance has forever been to implement the Kenya Kwanza Women Charter. My allegiance has always been, if you go and look at the ideologies of the parties, and then you listen to what I've been doing and see what I've been doing, you'll be like, if anything, all of UDA nominated senators, that one is the one who's implementing and stuck to the ideologies and the beliefs of the party. I did criticize the labor mobility program, but there is nowhere in the constitution of UDA that says you cannot oversight or criticize programs. By the way, when the president was sworn in, the first 3 parliamentary groups meetings, is it 3 or 2? Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition. That's what is going to keep this country going. He encouraged Raila Odinga that keep doing what you're doing, because it is through the critics that you're saying it helps us to rekebisha our programs. He was happy that there are people who are out there criticizing, not only out there, internally we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting, people went there, sat, listened, looked at him, there was no plenary, left. He was the one who used to say, the moment everyone is a cheerleader, you're lost. Himself, he's on record. So, I have asked till today, and that is why the case also fell. We're going to Matiang'i's homecoming, by the way. Matiang'i's homecoming, I think, had all of Kisii. Definitely more than 500,000 people, I can tell you. Who told them those 500,000 people plus were not UDA members? I mean, you have assumed that all of Kisii at the point of Matiang'i's homecoming was ODM or Jubilee
or anybody else,
whatever.
Could it have been?
We have UDA members.
Sure. Could it have been?
Who came for the homecoming?
Linked to that question, could it have been? Because I mean, we've gone over this before. But the vibrancy and the allegiance with which you supported the party and the president in the early times, not just for anybody else, but for them then as the leadership of the party, is something that obviously it looked as though they could count on and bank on. But you attending that event and was almost an endorsement.
Do you know what I said in that event? Do you know what I said in that event? And by the way, prior to Matiang'i coming that week in Senate, I kept on telling the majority leader, we are so tired of telling you to act on women issues. Where kama nyinyi amuelewi tunapoteza kura ya wamama. In fact, they used to laugh. He sits in front of me. I used to tell him, mimi nangojea Matiang'i akuje next week naenda kumchukua kwa airport. Because you people, you are not understanding women. We need to be sorted out. That's why I'm in this space. You understand? Everybody knew I was going to pick Matiang'i from the airport. They all know I'm related to him. It was not news to them. It was like, oh, okay, amekuja. You understand? They only started making it news because it was a combination of Alfred Mutua and his rogue shenanigans going on there. You can see the complainant was one of the person you asked with. What they did, they were like, hata sasa tumempata. Alafu na tuongeze hiyo ya Matiang'i. But now, let me ask you, what have they gained? Fine, you can say I've been out for the last 4 months. You can say financially I've lost my salary. The things that I have lost, fine, you can equate them. Even the damage that this thing has caused in my political career, fine. Okay, what has UDA gained? What has William Ruto gained? What has he gained? Has he gained any support from women because he has removed me?
Which is what we were meant to be doing in that space.
Okay. Has he, since he removed me, have they now implemented all the issues to deal with the women charter? Because maybe I was the barrier. Maybe me being there was the reason why women were not being catered for. Yeah? If that was the case, I would look back and reflect and say, oh, at least now I've been removed. They've started giving pads to all the schools. They've done nothing. And can I say this, and this might sound a bit petty. Some of my colleagues celebrated women, especially when I was removed. And my staff members were telling me, the problem with you, when you enter a room, you take up so much space. So allow them to celebrate because they feel like now they can get seen, space and they can be seen. I reflected it and I said, oh my God, that is so true. What have they done for 4 months? The only thing that has hit the newspaper with the women I left there in Senate is that they are now suing their ex-fiancés. I mean, really, I was expecting to see them shining, all, like, okay, maybe I took up too much space. What have they done?
I mean, when you talk about
and that's not to everyone. I'm not casting aspersions, but I'm like, for those who are celebrating because they felt I took space. Now that I have been gone for 4 months, that's so much space. In Senate, there are times when we are so few members in the chambers that the sitting speaker calls you and tells you, by the way, you must contribute
bring something
to this
forward.
motion, otherwise tutafunga nyumba, because there's no one. So we must, you can't. It's not like National Assembly where there are like 300 people and you can never speak, because in Senate you can speak in fact, if you go, I speak every day. As long as I've logged in my card, I've spoken.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at one of the allegations, your dalliance with Matiang'i. But then again, if you just step back and look at what UDA is doing today, they are in government, broad-based government, with the people that oppose them the most at the time. So if you look at what UDA and broad-based government is doing and what it is that they allege you did with Matiang'i, do they have any ground to dismiss you based on that?
Even just on that basis, it is like it's such a paradox. It's such a paradox. If we are going to go by being seen with another party, we have removed our cabinet secretaries and replaced them with another party. We have done now even a joint parliamentary group meeting. I mean, it can't get any worse than it is if it's in terms of allegiances. It really can't.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's look at this ruling that came out yesterday. So obviously we saw that there was a swearing in of a nominated senator, essentially, that was going to replace that position for you. Or rather by you, not for you. Then soon after that, there was a ruling that came from the court. What did this ruling say?
It basically quashes any decision or action that came after UDA declared that it had expelled me. So it makes the Gazette notice null and void for the speaker, the one that says my seat is vacant. It makes it everything, including the swearing in, is now like basically none of this can hold water.
So after UDA expelled you as a member and now obviously as a nominated senator,
you can't be a nominated senator if you're not a member.
If you're not a member. So we start with the membership.
That's the technicality that they were doing. They expelled me as a member, so I lose my seat.
Okay. So they expelled you as a member. Court comes in yesterday with this ruling and says, all right, anything that happens after prior to us then hearing any other submissions or that any petition that is brought, we handle that. Any action that happens after that is null and void. So removal as senator, swearing in it related to this position, swearing in of this new senator yesterday, then also could not have happened. So then what does that mean? Moving forward, what does this mean? That Gloria is going to go back and say, excuse me,
by the way,
this swearing in should not have happened?
I've seen people buying into the narrative that this, let me say them, lords of corruption are pushing that, it has been overtaken by events. No. In 2013, and here's the precedent. In 2013, there are nominated senators who came in through their parties. There was a whole issue about how they came in, how they should not have been there. Somebody went to court and petitioned. For about 6 or 7 months, these people were sworn in. They came in, they were sworn in. They received everything, including the grants, everything. They even were getting salaries. And when the petition came to a close, just like the political parties tribunal has come to a close and declared that indeed these 2 nominated senators should not have been there, they were removed. The decision was served to the Senate. They were removed, and the other people were sworn in, and they took oath and went to office. You can go and refer. The lady was called Lynette Kemunto, and the gentleman who now is the one who was supposed to take the position in the National Assembly is called Harold Kipchumba. Those 2 were sworn in, and they actually even were senators for about 6 or 7 months. And after that, when these other guys won the petition, then, there was the Senate was served and whatever, and then Ben Joroge assumed office, and Godliver Omondi became the senators within those 6 months. So there is no illegality, and this is, in fact, I want to say this: there is no illegality or injustice that you should, even as a Kenyan, say, it has been overtaken by events. No. Because if you were to saying that, okay, Albert Ojwang has died. It has been overtaken by events. He's died. Let's not follow the justice. It's okay, imeisha. Ukuta hiyo ya prison ikaivo tusieke. You can't do that. We have such a defeatist attitude as Kenyans. Kila mtu anasema unajua venye hii serikali iko. No. In every single space that you are in, those small spaces, that place where huyo landlord anashinda akikunyanyasa because anakuja before the day kukutoa kukufungia padlock, we must learn to push back. That is where I was happy with Gen Z. Just learn to push back. Because if you don't push back, what you're doing is, at one point, this country, tutauziwa hii oxygen, enye tutaanza kuuziwa 10 bob ama ukufe. Because that is where it will, the impunity will become so high that by the time we want to do a factory reset, it's really far gone. And in Parliament, what has happened, in fact, staff members, if you talk to them off camera, off word, they'll tell you they have never seen such impunity, especially in the Senate, since the Senate was actually founded. So the president is right, because now, obviously, unfortunately, the way the politics is that you have this one big pot and you can never really separate your onions from your leeks. You can't do that, because here we are, and we're saying that all of this. First of all, so he's right. No, he's not right. The president is right by saying that there is corruption. Don't say that Parliament. As if he's the one who just said it. Gloria Orwoba is right, and the president is correct for echoing my sentiment. What he did, he echoed what I said. So Gloria has been right that corruption exists in Parliament. What the president is doing, he's actually saying, okay, now I agree. Yeah?
Is it genuine?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him on that.
No, you've worked with him. You know. For me, since his pronunciation, I'm waiting to see. Number one, if you want to start investigating Parliament, even EACC, I have been shouting about this travel report and the money that is being lost in the travel report, which the clerk of the Senate has refused to release. I mean, really, you can't come and say tunatafuta mabank account za waheshimiwa na zile pesa zilikuwa zinaingia hapo zinatoka kwa travel. Enye clerk anapeana. You have to look. So me, I'm waiting to see this seriousness. Forget that you have pointed the guns to the MPs. Yeah? Even that from your cabinet. You know me where tulikosana na President kabisa. When I told him, unajua Alfred anakono watu nini. He said, you must learn to work with people. I was like, am I supposed to learn to con people he told
with
you
Alfred? Yes.
He told you must learn to work with people?
And you know why he said that? This is the narrative the State House boys have been giving him. Huyu ajui kukuwa team member. Huyu kazi yake ni kupigana na kila mtu. So for him, whatever I'm coming to tell him, watu wanakoniwa, Orwoba, you must learn to work with people. How will I learn to work with Alfred Mutua to con people? I'm not going to do that. Hapo, by the way, nilisema, kama imefika hapo, wacha ikae. So, you see, to me, as you're pointing the guns at these MPs, my friend, your cabinet, when you sit there, look at those faces. Start with Alfred. Investigate him. This labor mobility program. Stop sending people to NHIF building, ama is it KICC, atuende kuandika ma statements. My friend, these people even have M-Pesa transactions where they've sent money to these rogue agents. To date, they have not been refunded. What more? How many advisors in State House do you need to tell you watu wanakoniwa na labor?
So then
mobility?
If that was the case, what was the case against you? Really? Let's look into the details.
You see, like
because
now,
if we are saying, Senator, that for all intents and purposes, you're still Senator based on this ruling, when we look at this case that was then essentially the straw that broke the camel's back, what are you then guilty of doing?
Thank you. I'm guilty of highlighting it. And of course it makes government look bad, but sometimes government has to look bad for it to go ahead, do the right thing, and then help the people and eventually look good. Right now, when the president stands in a platform, in an international platform, because that live stream was being seen all the way, my friends at the United Nations in New York were texting me when they were watching that parliamentary group meeting. It was being watched. Some of them who are participating now in the United Nations General Assembly, that is where the president is going to probably speak on human rights and things like that. Those, when they were texting me saying, is there a parliamentary group meeting where the president is saying that you members are being conned? I was like, yes, it is. And it made us look bad, but he understood that we have to look bad in order for us to get to a place where we can actually look good. So when I do the same thing, why am I being thrown under the bus? Why? Because when I said there's corruption in parliament, it was very simple. You call me, what are you saying? Oh, this guy has done this to me. Okay, let's investigate him. Let her travel report. If whatever she's saying is a lie, it will be seen in this documentation. Blah, blah, blah. Case closed within even 4 weeks. Tufunge kesi, wewe unadanganya, wewe udanganyi, write a report and put it out there.
So, Orwoba, the president made these statements at the devolution conference. Senate oversights counties. So when he made this statement, he was literally defending governors who are then called and they have to give money so that they can have favorable outcomes. Is this something that you saw in the Senate? Did you ever see instances where money is demanded or money is changing hands?
No, I didn't. But again, I keep telling people I'm the wrong person to benchmark with. Because you see, I've already been branded as a loudmouth, a person who speaks and is not afraid. Do you really imagine that they would do these things in front of me? So again, I'm the wrong person to benchmark, because honestly speaking, and not because I am trying to act dumb, but really it was never done in front of me. If you saw everything that we were doing during the what is it called, the impeachment motions, particularly for me, the one that hurt me the most was the Governor Kawira, because I really did feel like she was being removed, not because of anything she did wrong, but because of that whole patriarchy thing. And I was really part of that impeachment. And I mean, for me, I saw the people who voted the way they voted with me or against me. I could be able to even hear their arguments of why they are voting this way or that way. And the thing you have to remember, some impeachments went through a committee. I have never sat in an impeachment committee. Okay, and then when you look at the other things they're talking about, JLAC and all these other things, I was blacklisted from when I lifted the Bible. So literally, I don't have the benefit of being in the inner circle.
And we know you can't vote on these things.
And I can't vote. I can't vote. Yeah. So for me, I feel like I've missed out on a lot of ins that I could have probably been testifying, maybe by design, maybe by whatever. And also another thing I keep telling people is there has been I have worked in different places, and I have even managed a group of 50 to 75-year-old white senior male. So my character also is that I go to work and I leave work and I go home. I have never been at the gym in the Senate. I have never been to the spa in the Senate. I have never been to the bar in the Senate. So I don't socialize. You know, most of these things also you would probably engage when you socialize. Not that I don't have friends, it's just that I really don't like mixing my social life with my work life. So I feel like For me, the corruption I can talk about is the ones I've highlighted. I believe the president is referring to something that he's aware of. Again, he said he's a consumer of raw intelligence. So I don't want to say he's lying, but I also cannot say that he's speaking the truth, because I have nothing to back that up.
So, Senator, what next? So here's a question where the tribunal has maintained that you are wrongfully dismissed from UDA. UDA says she is out. The Senate went ahead, gazetted, and so what next? Are we to see you just walk to Senate because you're still the nominated senator?
Well, unless anything changes, I am going to Senate, and I am the nominated senator. I know that she might also, believe that she is. That's good for her. Everyone to each their own. Chart your path. What is next for me is people are asking me, why are you fighting to be in a party that does not want you or that you don't believe in? It's not about the party. It's you have to fight to make sure that we stop the impunity, the injustices, and the unconstitutional behavior that we're seeing left, right, and center. This is an issue of, what do you call it? This is about the fundamental basis of having a country that works. It's not my seat. It's not. I am saying, we voted for you, Mr. President. We can't wake up today and remove you. We also have to remove you legally, either through the ballot, through an impeachment, through what? When you sat down and wrote your nomination list, you did see that indeed I am worthy to be nominated. And people say he gave you. He never gave me this position. I worked my ass off for this position. I got arrested many times and detained by the government that was there. I slept in many times by virtue of being associated with Ruto. I used to come to studio. I earned this position just as Ruto earned his position, because he sold an agenda, he campaigned, he did all the right things to win. I worked my ass off for this position. Nobody gave it to me. And I want to conclude by saying, when we go into this affirmative action thing, by the idea, ukipewa eka kichwa chini. So where is the affirmative action in it? Yeah, I know, and that's the difference between me and many. I was not given a position. I earned it. I worked for it. If it was like a race, I ran and I won.
Did it help that he endorsed you in any way?
I worked for this position. That's it. That's what you need to know. And when he sat down and looked at all the people who worked for him, he said, who worked the hardest, who worked the smartest, and who took the hits the most. I worked the hardest, I worked the smartest, and I took the hits for him. And I made sure that women charter, the women out here, that's why the women are crucifying me for it. I sold that thing. So he didn't give me this nomination. He basically said, you worked your way here, and here is your reward. So how do you come back and say, I'm taking back your reward? You can't. The only thing you can say is, you don't want this job anymore? Okay. But I haven't said I don't want this job anymore. So that tokenism is the reason why since the 11th Parliament to date, we have had 60 women, 60 nominated, 60. Of those 69 have been elected. Can you imagine the resources that we put in to say it is an affirmative action? What affirmative action is there when you nominate a woman and then you tell her, shut your mouth? You only say what I want you to say. You only do what I want you to do. How will they get elected? How will they make the people believe that they're pushing the agenda of the people?
So Gloria,
and of the 9 who got elected, among them is Beatrice Elachi. Did you see all the drama that happened to her before she got elected? And all the things that she had to go, the persecution and whatnot. Cecily Mbarire, who defied her own party because she had to stand up and speak for the people, got elected. You understand? Then you have the likes of the deputy speaker in the National Assembly. She went against her party. They even tried to discipline her. She was in court 5 years of her nomination, and then she went and got elected. She's called Wangari. If you go all the 9 like this, count each for each. Denita Gatti, when she realized, no, Denita didn't pass away. I'm sorry about that. It's the other lady. Denita Gatti, when she realized that there's so much patriarchy and everything, but because she still really wanted to be elected, she went and vied for an MCA seat. Who comes from Senate, then goes to, because she knew she was charting her path. If you look at the stories of the 9 women who got elected, none of it is shut up, put your head down. They were persecuted. They went through disciplinaries. They had to defy some of the things that were going wrong. They worked 3 times as hard to get elected. So when you tell me, put your head down, you've told me your political career is over. look for another
You're being
nomination.
persecuted from within. Do you still believe, this is my last question, do you still believe in the UDA party?
Yes, I do. You see, the party and its ideology separated from the rogue individuals. Hassan Omar is not the party. He's not the party. That man is not the party. He is a man who is the Secretary General of the party. But you cannot equate the whole United Democratic Alliance with all its members to Hassan Omar. He's not the party.
He's not the party.
Yeah. So you separate the individuals who make the party look bad and go back and read what the party, the ideologies and the fundamentals of what it was selling. And yes, if you ask me that, yeah, I do believe in it.
If you're to go for an elective position, you will go under the UDA party?
Well, that depends also, because by the time you go for an elective position, first of all, with the UDA party still be in existence, the way it's going, Baba might tell them to fold this party and join ODM. Who knows? Maybe Ruto will run under ODM. I mean, really. So you can't. That's a question that you can't answer now. I can only answer that at the point where we have a deadline to join a party.
Nominated Senator Gloria Orwoba.
And I am vying, by the way. I'm vying.
There you go. And she said at the beginning of this that, she could be a deputy for a presidential candidate.
I'm vying.
You never know.
Wait, before you close. I saw Esther Passaris throw a jab by congratulating the lady and then, sneaking in some Gloria Orwoba. Let me tell you. One thing that I appreciate and I always look at and I laugh at is that Esther Passaris is 60 years old.
Wait.
I have not even turned 40, right? But I have the grace and understanding to know that I cannot walk the path she has walked. And she's very mad at me because she sent me a very nasty message at the point when I made the decision to chart this path, telling me, how can you sacrifice your position for this? Should have put your head. And she really abused me. And I said to her, with all due respect, you're my senior. I think you have crossed the line. So she's very mad. But I want to say to her, I saw the jab. I appreciate it. But I'm not even 40 years old. I have a long way to go. Esther Passaris is 60 years old. So, I mean, at the bare minimum, it looks really bad on you. Yeah, it does.
Nominated Senator Gloria Orwoba has been our guest this hour, and she's not putting her head down. Thank you for being here this morning. All such to watch. Good morning. 2 minutes past 7.
There we go.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Ousted nominated Senator Gloria Orwoba has told SpiceFM that the Senate rushed to swear in Consolata Nabwire as her replacement, knowing that the political party's disputes tribunal was going to reverse her ouster. Speaking on the ongoing Situation Room show, Orwoba said the IBC, which gazetted Nabwire as a UDA-nominated senator to replace her following her expulsion from the party's register in May, should have made the decision after the ruling. Orwoba further claimed that Senate Speaker Amason Kingi, who administered Nabwire's swearing in, knew that the tribunal was going to declare her expulsion from UDA as null and void.
The truth of the matter is that the ruling from the political parties tribunal was already scheduled to be on 20th at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, basically from 2 onwards. The Senate was part of the proceedings, and in fact the Senate put in submissions. They even had a witness coming to the case. So it's not that they were not aware. The Senate as an institution were aware. They had the director of legal who came in as a witness to give the testimonies of why Senate put out a gazette despite the ongoing. So you can't say that they didn't know that the ruling was coming. In fact, we were all informed that the ruling is coming on 20th.
Orwoba has since filed a petition at the High Court challenging Nabwire's appointment, arguing it's unconstitutional. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is expected back in the country today after a 6-week visit to the United States. Gachagua, who was last year removed from office of accusations of gross misconduct, irregular wealth acquisition, insubordination and fanning ethnic divisions, has re-emerged as the face of the opposition. While in the States, the DCP party leader kept up attacks on the government, criticizing corruption, extrajudicial killing killings and human rights violations. Meanwhile, DCP Deputy Party Leader Cleophas Malala has alleged that the state is planning to use goons to disrupt Gachagwa's planned events, including a rally at Kamkunji grounds.
We have been informed that the Nairobi County Governor, in cohorts with the CS for Interior, Mr. Kipchumba Murkomen, held several meetings and have activated their state-sponsored goons to cause harm to innocent citizens. This is being done by one Chief of Staff, one David, in connection with the following members of Parliament: George Aladwa and the Dagoretti North MP, Mama Beatrice Elachi. The duo have expressed instructions to the goons to loot, destroy property and harm people and then blame it on DCP.
In Nyanza, DCP party leaders have alleged that the government may divert Gachagwa's plane expected to land at the JKIA to Kisumu Airport. They've urged their supporters to come out in large numbers to receive Gachagua nonetheless.
Our party leader is jetting back to the country, and we are ready, very ready, to welcome him in a historic manner. So kindly please, the people of Nyanza and Kisumu as a region, we will be waiting for our party leader in the airport. Many others of us, we will be going to Nairobi. So kindly be notified that we are ready for anything.
The Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers has rejected ODM leader Raila Odinga's proposal to devolve education, warning the move would be disastrous for teachers and learners. KUPPET chairperson Omboko Milemba said devolving education would effectively dismantle the Teacher Service Commission and disrupt the role of teachers' unions in the country. Secretary General Kelo Mizori said counties may not handle education effectively as they fumbled with early childhood education.
We commend the county governments for their efforts in delivering services across a wide range of domains, including agriculture, enterprise development, and social services. These efforts notwithstanding, it is abundantly clear that counties have struggled with critical service sectors, including health and education. Early childhood development and education, that is ECD, is dying a slow death under counties.
The Israeli military says it has begun the preliminary actions of a planned ground offensive to capture and occupy all of Gaza City and already has a hold on its outskirts. A military spokesman said troops were already operating in the Zaytun and Jabalia areas to lay the groundwork for the offensive, which Defense Minister Israel Katz approved on Tuesday and which will be put to the Security Cabinet later this week. About 60,000 reservists are being called up for the beginning of September to free up active duty personnel for the operation. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
A very good morning to you, and we're coming in this morning at 11 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Started off with a bang this morning and continuing with it just one, just like that, as we get into the second hour of conversations today. And yes, indeed, happy birthday, SpiceFM. 6 years ago, went on air, and here we are still. And the fans, it's great because you remember even when we don't put it out there. So thank you for always being loyal. Thank you for continuing with us even as we take on conversations, even as we bring entertainment, as we continue in this. Thank you for being here, and happy birthday, Spice. And remembering that courtesy of Safaricom Home Fiber, giving away airtime. Let us know how you're wishing us a happy birthday this morning. Let's do that. And 2 people will give you airtime worth 1,000 shillings each, courtesy of Safaricom Home Fiber. Let's get it going with that. First, talk to us on Facebook. Christine will let us know who that is this morning, and then we will get into more conversations around fiber this morning. And I know Dennis in a while will tell us what that is, and he'll talk to us about what you can be sure of that you get with Safaricom Home Fiber. All right, we're getting into another conversation. We're stirring it hot this morning, and as we get into that, the 4th president of the Law Society of Kenya is Nelson Havi. He's here with us this morning. Wakili, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Do.
How are you?
I'm great.
You're great?
Yes.
Things are happening
everywhere.
But before we get there, Dennis Aseto has gone to Zambia this week.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And from Zambia, I'm coming with Nshima. Nshima comes from maize, so it's not sim, it's Nshima. It's some sort of porridge, which is a national delicacy in Zambia. But even as we talk about that, let's talk about the economy. So it's a country whose economy is being fueled by mining industry, and they produce cobalt and copper. They are actually one of the largest copper producers in the world. So if you look at that and just look at even the electricity that we enjoy, and copper being a critical component with that, a beautiful country. Also, independence-wise, it is a country that continues to push democracy agenda in the continent. But let's go to a proverb this morning. One head cannot carry a roof. One head cannot carry a roof. How would you interpret that?
They say a roof houses many people and many items within the household. Evidently, therefore, it will burden one head. There is therefore need for many heads to sustain that roof. quite an appropriate proverb.
Yeah, you are the 49th president. One would look at it in terms of how many heads came together to bequeath you with that.
Yeah, Gado caricatured it. Many people could not understand it. It looked like a presidency created out of many ballot papers. Some said it looked like a paper tiger. I remember that cartoon with my goatee. Gado is just something else.
Indeed. Well, we're looking into a conversation this morning around holding the state accountable. Many things have happened, whether we're talking about the law, whether we're talking about social justice, through and the politics of it all is just coming into play. Constitutional rights in Kenya, certain things are guaranteed under the Constitution, that because there is this supreme law, not the suggestion or not the desire, but the demand that certain things then be upheld, implemented and then upheld, is true. It is what is in existence. We're focusing this morning on, unfortunately, the neglect that we see that's happening, and we're asking, what does this have to do with what the rights that are enshrined in the Constitution for Kenyans and what it means? There's a lot that's not happening. Can we tie this to the Constitution and say, because the Constitution says, therefore it must be? We are looking at a healthcare crisis. We are looking at a lot of neglect. We're looking at things that are just not moving. And the reasons that we're being given for that is that there are not enough resources to go around. Do lack of resources trump the demand that the Constitution gives?
Well, the starting point is the degeneration of the social contract within the constitutional setup itself. The other day, I was intrigued to see how President William Samoei Ruto and Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga were going to fuse their parties and hold a joint parliamentary party group meeting. Where? How? In this dispensation of a multi-party constitutional democracy where there is a majority and minority, the problem has started from the top. And with that, you're able to perceive how it cascades down and impacts negatively. Look at healthcare, for instance. A week ago or so thereabout, the president made a directive that all governmental medical institutions should provide free medical care. How do you merge that with this monstrous acronym called SHA, where they complicate the manner of provision of basic medical health care? I've always taken the position that these complexities are intended to perpetuate fraud, to steal from the people instead of providing them medical care. Look, when we grew up, and I've said this time without number, all you needed to do is to present yourself before a dispensary, and there will be a laboratory, there will be a nurse or a doctor, and you'll be given medicine. You went by yourself. No money.
True.
No card. So if we're providing health care, that is what we ought to do. But they have created a layer so complex that it cannot be understood, but its only purpose is to pilfer. What about the economic aspects that Madam Du has spoken about? I have never, despite my claimed great understanding of ideas, understood this phenomenon called economic empowerment. Where is the legal framework to sustain it? What is the end goal? How do you empower a woman who you have removed from the shamba, from the fish pond, from the market for the entire day, by giving her 1,000 shillings? You understand? That can never be economic empowerment. Where is the failure? We needed you as the government to utilize the monies that have been budgeted towards projects that have been planned in advance so that the people are able to get food, they're able to take their children to school, they're able to get free medical care as and when they need it. There is a total collapse of government. as defined under the Constitution.
Okay, when you talk about right to healthcare in the country, so you talk about Article 43(1) that talks about right to healthcare. Now, there's Article 51(c), every child has the right to basic nutrition. Article 56 mandates the health-related measures for marginalized groups. We have Article 21 and 43. A lot that has been captured by the Constitution on the need to ensure that the citizenry of this republic are healthy. But you look at what is happening, accessing SHA is a problem. You talk about Kiambu. Yesterday we were having a discussion here with the Secretary General KMPDU Kiambu County, and healthcare workers have been on strike for 83 days. Locals in Kiambu are not getting services. They have to dig deep into their pockets by going to private facilities. Look at what SHA is closing their satellite offices and whatnot. And one sits back and asks, where am I going to get help from if the government itself is denying me the rights I've granted myself through the Constitution?
Dennis, if you were to ask the people of Kiambu or a majority of the people of Kenya, because I see some of them in my farm, they're excited that Harambee Stars players are being given 43 million. Where's that money coming from? It's your money. It's not William Ruto's money. It's not his money. It's your money. Was it budgeted? No. It wasn't. Where's the legal framework to channel these monies? Nowhere. Ask yourself, where are the monies for economic empowerment coming from? It is not the monies of those individuals who appear and give lectures to people in Kabaras, Kabarengo, and Malakisi. It is your money. So when you cheer these people because they have given Harambee Stars players, Harambee Stars players are professionals. They are paid for their work. The same way you are paid for your work. The same way a magistrate policeman is paid for his or her work. What are you telling us, that you're going to use 45 million to pay them for doing their work? Whose money that you're spending? Now, when you understand these wider concepts, you agree with me that the problem is with us people. We keep on cheering mediocrity. We keep on praising mediocrity. We keep on clapping for what is wrong. We need to say no to such things. Otherwise, if we don't say no, we'll be temporarily happy today because Harambee Stars have won a match. They've been given for 3 million. That the women in Mugirango or in Kandui have been given money for empowerment. No. Independence connotes three things: food, education, and health. For as long as monies are not being channeled towards those three, we are not independent. And why should we not be independent many years after we were granted independence?
So then, when we're looking at these things, I think the word has just been playing in my head for a while, that I think about a vortex, and there's whatever element, wind or water, that just seems to be swirling, and the people are caught up in the middle of it, not sure where they're going to land later. Now, as that happens, that there's a political side of it. It doesn't matter where you are, in whatever jurisdiction, you will always find that. There's a political side of it, which you would imagine would want to come into a position whereby they offer leadership, whereby they offer their skills and expertise then towards development for the nation, for these people who are caught up in this whirlwind. Do we see, and I mean it sounds almost difficult to ask, but do we see that there is a push or that there is a direction towards that when people land, they will land on something? Here's the problem. We're swirling around in it. Take your pick. Education, health, infrastructure, take your pick. And it seems as though there is an awareness of those problems. And that's why you see things like this economic development drive. That's why you see things like, majority of the players who play for national teams are not able to afford life. So in this thing where they've given, most of themselves for nation, for patriotism, let's award them, because there's an awareness that they're not doing so well. There's the awareness that we need to do something. So when you go, you give a handout. And then there's the politics swirling in the same pot where you say, okay, let's get to the clearing where we give better leadership. Do we see that the strife is for better leadership or it's for personal gain?
To a large extent, the determination by those who claim to provide alternative form of government. This is personal gain. I mean, they're not any different from what we have right now. But should the people of Kenya lose hope? No, they shouldn't lose hope. And I want to debunk this myth about politics. I always prefer to categorize it as elective leadership, because leadership will either be elective or appointive. Politics tends to prevail in that arena of elective leadership. But the right to vie and the right to vote is a constitutional right. This is a right that must be exercised informedly. As this, I will categorize them as three formations. Mm-hmm. There is the government in office, the government of President William Ruto. There is the so-called opposition. It is multifaceted. It has the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka, it has Rigathi Gachagua, it has Fred Matiang'i, et al. And there's the progressive desired government. Mm-hmm. I think that's the one that is led by David Maraga, mm-hmm. and which I affiliate with. But fundamentally, the choice of how we get out of where we are to the place where we aspire to be is one that must be exercised from a point of information, a lot of information. You based your proverb from Zambia. Zambia and Ghana stand out to be model democracies in Africa, for weird reasons. Ghana, because Flight Lieutenant Njeri Rawlings took drastic measures, very drastic measures, to deter anybody who will ever become president of that country, of ever imagining to pilfer for personal gain, because he killed 3 presidents, amongst many other people. Quite a drastic measure. It worked. Zambia, they took drastic action when they embraced multi-party democracy. A little bit bad if you look at it from a broader perspective, how they mistreated Kenneth Kaunda and subsequent president. But one thing you need to pick from Zambia is that you can be sure there will be democratic change in government. The last election just pointed out to that fact. It doesn't matter who you are. When your term has come to go, you have to go. In Kenya, we don't seem to have that, despite the fact that we have the most transformative constitution. And we've always said the reason why we're here is because at the nascent stage, the constitution was taken over. It was a constitutional coup where individuals who ought not to have been in office are ascended into office. How do you remedy this? Because it must be remedied. You can't use the Ghana model of Flight Lieutenant Njeri Rawlings. It's not applicable right now. You may want to take steps as were taken in Zambia, where you need to hold those who have left office accountable. Remember, Frederick Chiluba was jailed.
Yes.
Yes. These things must be done. And if they're not done, we'll be recycling this set of bad leaders every 5 years, every 10 years.
Okay, you look at it in terms of what Ghana did. Look at what Zambia did. Now, as we started, you said the problem is us as the citizenry. That therefore calls for the citizenry to understand the power that we hold as a people, the power we hold in terms of voting and even holding leaders accountable on what they did while in office and even after they leave. Does the citizenry in this republic understand these? And if not, how then do we push them to ensure that they make the right choices when given the opportunity to?
A majority of Kenyans behave like buffaloes and wildebeest. They understand the power they have collectively. But often they will shy away from exercising that power out of cowardice. Why is the model I've given you? One lion puts a buffalo down, and 200 buffaloes are just circulating around it, not knowing what to do. But often you will see a rowdy bull pick the lion, toss it up, toss it up again. Then the other buffaloes realize, oh, this can be done. And then the buffaloes regain their power. Let me use an example that is close to me. In the recent past, have been lamenting about corruption, impunity in the judiciary. I mean, truth be told, Ndu and Double Dennis, I look like the only buffalo that is tossing up in the air the lion. You understand? Yeah. But it is not that this problem is peculiar to Nelson Harvey. The problem, in fact, you know, I sorry to say, I have some measure of vehemence with which I can get things done in the court without without a lot of desperation. But the reason why I push for this, just like that single buffalo that tosses the lion up, is so that the lions understand we can also stake our claim for position in the jungle. That is the problem. The people must realize the power they have. The roof cannot be sustained by one head, Dennis. You understand? The one head may be overwhelmed. So the people need to collectively deal with this thing. At the judiciary, at the executive, at the legislature. Yesterday I saw this friend of mine saying that he's going to impeach President William Samoei Ruto. And he had so much venom. And the venom just dissipated within a few minutes of its emanation. It's like a whirlwind that just disappeared. Of course, they have a point. The president has a point. The president has accused them of corruption. I mean, the president is speaking the truth. That one I can tell you without any fear of contradiction. The point of departure with the president is this. He's the biggest person who bribes the damn MPs. And they know as much. So it's a duel that may not have a casting vote. But it depicts the magnitude and level of the problem. They have reached a point in time where the president can no longer get money to bribe MPs. And the MPs can no longer be coerced or induced, but by more money. It's a total collapse of the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature.
Let's take a break at that point, because let's come back and look into this collapse and what it could actually portend for the country, because we're likely to see that in the coming days there will be formations and breaking downs and things like that. What it actually does mean when we're looking at what the citizenry then have a responsibility to do. Nelson Harvey is the 49th president of the Law Society of Kenya, is our guest this hour, and we're looking into what the Constitution demands that you do when it comes to leading the country. And Dennis Okari, you know that you were making promises.
Today we're celebrating Spice birthday. And you know, when you talk about birthdays, there's always a cake.
Yes.
And we're all about sugar and spice.
Here we go.
How about I add more sugar to the spice?
Yes.
So this August, get a Safaricom Home Fiber internet connection and enjoy up to double the speeds for 25% discount for any plan of your choosing. So these are the cakes. You've got bronze, you've got silver, you have gold, and you have diamond plans. Whatever cake you choose from any of this, you get 25% discount. Now, let me sweeten the deal even better. The welcome package comes with a free router, and then you have zero installation fee. The delivery will be done any part of this country. You don't have to leave your house to go anywhere. You just need to make a phone call. You just need to do, not a phone call, you just need to do two things. One, go to your phone, dial *400#, or visit my Safaricom app to get connected. They will do the rest for you. Now, the thing is, this offer is only valid to new customers. You know those people come to a birthday party, you are neighbors, you don't know them, you don't talk, but they just show up with kids, and because you can't kick the kids away, this time around, this is for the new kids on the block. Okay, so the offer is only valid up to 31st of August. Feels good to be home with Safaricom Home Fiber.
Nothing more to add.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
A little sharing goes a long way with Safaricom.
Dad, thanks for helping me find those shoes on IG this morning. Your internet shopping skills are on point.
Of course. Maybe you let me say. And thanks for sending me that TikTok dance.
Ati mnasebaga it slapped me?
Aki dad, no one says that.
Mom, thanks for the call before the quiz. Who knew you'd be so good at remembering those dates?
Well, I do try. And thanks for sharing those hilarious memes on the family WhatsApp group. I needed the laugh. My day was going sideways.
And when they come home, the connection gets even better.
Guys, the show is starting. Are you guys ready?
Just a minute, let me finish this online course.
Almost done with my game, Dad.
Just after I beat you.
It feels good to share with Safaricom Family Share from Safaricom Home. You can now enjoy a home fiber connection with a voice, data, and SMS plan that can be shared with up to 5 members of your family. Experience the convenience of paying for your home internet and mobile plan on one bill. And what's more, you get up to 20% off on your mobile connection with more value for you and your family. Dial *400# or go to My Safaricom app to add Family Share to your Safaricom Home Fiber.
This Thursday on SpiceFM's The Situation Room, we are tackling a matter of life and death in Kenyan hospitals. We are looking at crucial challenges facing Kenyan newborn units which are struggling with severe shortages of nurses. We'll hear from Claire Mukanda of the National Nursing Association of Kenya as we discuss the impacts of high-Q study findings and recommendations of Kenyan neonatal nurse. Join us for a crucial conversation on caring, communication and coping, nursing realities in Kenyan newborn units. That is this Thursday at 8 a.m. right here on Spice FM.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice.
Now at 24 minutes to 8 o'clock, we continue our conversation with Nelson Harvey this morning. And before we went to the break, Nelson, you were talking about that we're going into a collapse. Is that if you point out corruption, which has been there for a very long time, if we're not handling the things that need handling, then we're going to see things break down. But you've also said before that perhaps this is what needs to happen. Or is it a different kind of collapse that you're talking about? Things fall apart and they try to scramble them. Or a phrase that I've thought that makes sense to me in the last couple of days is it needs a hard stop. When you're using a piece of technology or gadget or something and you find that things are not working, they ask you to do a reset. Take it back to the way the factory had set it in the first place and start again. Hard stop. Stop it and then take your losses, move. Has Kenya gotten to the point whereby it needs a hard stop? It needs a factory reset, not this fiasco that we are seeing when things don't work for you, then you want to regroup and present yourself later, whereas it's still the same pieces of the puzzle.
Yes, you're right. It must crash. You see, I had my phone for almost 7 years, very sentimental. One morning, it just refused. It crashed. So when I went to Apple, they told me the phone has outlived its usefulness. You need to get another phone. So I got another phone. So it's right, it must collapse. And we need to precipitate the collapse. I've seen these two arguments. One was projected by Raila Amolo Odinga. I said, not in exact words, that we figured we could have this bad government, then have a collapsed government. He said something like that.
Yes.
That is why we decided to give some breathing space to William Ruto. The other day, CJ Martha Koome also says this cyberbullying, vilification of judges is intended to interfere with the independence of the judges. We'll lose the judiciary. We want to lose the damn judiciary. The judiciary is not Martha Koome. It's not Martha Koome. We need to lose the damn judiciary. We need to lose parliament. We need to lose the executive. Nothing wrong will happen. The world has been here for a million years. The human race has been here for a million years. We need these scoundrels to go home because they think they are Kenya. They're not Kenya. Kenya has been here before them. You understand? So catalytic action targeted on the executive, targeted on the legislature, targeted on the judiciary. For me, I've said, I'm going down with the damn judiciary. They either reform or they go down. It doesn't matter what retaliation they have in mind. I'll adopt the Ukongo approach. I will cut somebody down before I put myself on the pole. Yes.
Well, it seems so, Akili. So you have the executive, which has long been accused, and as we, watch what is happening, so you've got people who are in the executive who are going about the empowerment programs and doing so many things. And the Auditor General has done so many reports that clearly details the corruption levels and wastage of public funds through the executive. Then we drop to the legislature. It's not news. The president saying that there's corruption. These are things that people have known. We've had people here say, this thing is happening around us. These are the MPs at the Senate level. Then there's the judiciary. What, in your opinion, do you think is, because it looks like all these structures, there's a boiling point where all these structures then must collapse so that we can have a rebirth. But what is that process going to look like? Because if you have then a collapse, then there are consequences to a country if that was to happen. What does that process look like? Is an election one of those processes? And if that is one of the processes, how then do we ensure that whatever is decided at the ballot, for example, trickles down to affect these three that I've just mentioned? What does that process look like?
I've thought about it, and I've coined this as the 15 million Gen Z ballot revolution. I'm happy that David Maraga has embraced that phenomenon, because I've said we'll have wished to put these people on a guillotine, we'll have wished to hang them, we'll have wished to shoot them at Uhuru Park. But we live in a modern world where none of the three can be done. But we still can do that through the ballot. You understand? The ballot has the power of reconstituting the executive. The ballot has the power of reconstituting the legislature. The reconstituted executive and legislature has the power to reset the judiciary. And this is not new. When we got rid of President Daniel Arap Moi, you saw what happened. The reconstituted executive and legislature undertook a purge of the judiciary. We sent home close to 30 corrupt and incompetent judges. We sent home more than 100 corrupt and incompetent magistrates. It was a painful experience, but it created sustainable integrity and accountability in the judiciary for 10 years. Until then, again, we took a drastic action. We promulgated the Constitution. You understand? And after promulgating the Constitution, we had the Transition National Coalition Government, which had two heads at the executive and a robust parliament, then oversighted by Kenneth Otiato Marende. And you saw what happened. We got a new Chief Justice, we got a new Attorney General, we got a new Director of Public Prosecution, we got a new Judicial Service Commission. We started the vetting of judges and magistrates. And I've said we need to have the vetting of judges and magistrates undertaken after a minimum of 10 years. If this is not done, individuals will come here, small boys and girls who do not know what I'm talking about, are appointed judges. There was one girl who is my classmate, drives a Lexus that costs 35 million. Where? As a judge. Where do you get this money? We know you've been bribed. You understand? So we need these things done. It's painful. It may cause a disruption. But you must burn the forest for the new grass to germinate. The seeds will not die. In fact, burning enables the seeds to germinate pretty fast. So, Dabo Denise and Madam Ondu, do not be afraid of the 15 million Gen Z ballot revolution. This is the key to resetting this country to the position that we intended in August when we promulgated the Constitution.
Wakili, is there any trust or belief that with the president's latest pronouncements in the fight against corruption, that his intention is actually to fight corruption, or is it just another political game being played?
President William Samoei Ruto has no intention whatsoever of fighting corruption, because corruption has punctuated the tenure of this government. You understand? But you see, sometimes you need people like him to speak, because who knows better the level, the penetration of corruption than President William Samoei Ruto? So what he says is the truth. The alligator has come out of the water, and you must listen to the alligator. Don't judge the alligator. Just take the facts from the alligator, apply it. The president is speaking the truth. Let us speak those truths and utilize it.
That's interesting, but the welcome to those sentiments has been more of defense than anything else, and that there's been an asking for proof of those allegations. I mean, from your quarters, we were told this all the time, that he who alleges then must prove, and that's what they've asked him to do over the last couple of days. But it seems as though the attention is not towards ridding any areas of corruption, but that it is to give an answer to what the president has said. Summon the president, let him come here and tell us who he knows has given 10 million shillings in a bribe. Summon the president, let him come and tell us who he knows has received that amount of money. You see what I'm saying? The response to this declaration has not been, let us fix it, as it were. The alligator's out of the water, but it's not biting anything.
No.
The response has been, let's see how I can defend myself, as opposed to ridding these quarters, wherever they may be, of corruption. So is it going to yield the results that we would say everybody's looking for?
As a lawyer, I'm mindful of the legal rules of evidence. But as Nelson Harvey, I also like the underworld. Like Vito Corleone, the Godfather, I do not require the legal rules of evidence to play the game. Some of these characters. When I tell you Alfred Mabea, Josephine Mungai have been paid money to make a decision in the Gikomba matter, and you ask me to bring proof, you're asking me a stupid question.
How
because
so?
The Court of Appeal has said these two judges did not have jurisdiction to handle this matter.
In the first place?
In the first place. Okay. You've seen the manner in which they handled the matter. It is them to prove that their conduct was not corrupt. You understand? The finance bill was flawed from the beginning. Okay? It was passed by the scoundrels. It was rejected by the president. On rejecting the bill, the scoundrels were clapping. So they knew what was wrong. The scoundrels cannot ask us to demand of the president to prove. We know what you did last summer. You understand? So this false construct, he who alleges must prove. Often you cannot prove the negative. And even the Evidence Act says if a fact is within the peculiar knowledge of the person in issue, it need not be the obligation of the accuser to prove. You understand? I left you people here with my phone. I went. You cannot tell me to prove that you three stole my phone. You are the only ones who have access to this room. Who else will have stolen my phone? It's the three of you. Are we communicating? So we must cease using these institutions. And there is an American phrase that those who control the system will tell you to channel your grievances through the system because they know they control the damn system. These legislators control the system. Martha Coleman and the Judicial Service Commission and a majority of them and a minority of corrupt and incompetent judges and magistrates control the system. They tell us, can you substantiate? Substantiate what? You know, the level of tolerance of Kenyans is waning, and is waning pretty fast. Like for the judiciary in particular. You saw in Busia, They have said, we don't want this magistrate. The magistrate will have to leave Busia, or they will kill her. They will kill her. She has to leave Busia. The other day, I think, not the other day, yesterday, they set ablaze a court. Why? Because Kome and the Judicial Service Commission have refused to listen. Sorry, last year, a magistrate was shot in circumstances that were unclear. But we know it is because of a deal gone sour. You know, the moment the people of Kenya fail to address issues through these channels that you, Martha Koome, and the JC have said we must address it, we'll resort to self-help. We'll become like Don Corleone. And you see, we don't like blood. It's not good for business, to quote Don Corleone. But if you force us, then we will do what is unconventional. People will do it. People will take the law into their hands. It has happened in other countries before. Martha Koome should not take Kenya there. She must leave office yesterday.
When we look at the institutions, essentially, that run a country, we have the three. We know what the three arms of government are and in terms of what they're supposed to do. Are we looking at a position, or based on what you've said and based on what we see, are we looking at a position where the three arms, the last 2 days, essentially coming at each other, giving from examples that you've talked about, in terms of governing a nation, have they failed?
The three have failed. The head of the executive has failed. The head of the judiciary has failed. The two heads of the legislature have failed. But we shouldn't lose hope because we've projected how this matter can be resolved through the ballot. It's just 1 year and a half. But there has to be a momentum to gravitate towards that revolution. People must ensure everybody who has turned the age of 18 is registered as a voter. They must ensure professionals, and I will repeat this, professionals turn up to vote. Professionals present their names for election. We cannot have the only medical doctor in Parliament as Dr. James Nyikal, my model legislator. I know often he knows the correct thing to do, but he's alone. You understand? There are times when we had few professional, outstanding individuals in Parliament. They spoke, they acted, and they got things done. Remember the other day when the Gen Zs said they will take over State House?
Yes.
And the entire city was barricaded as if we were at war. These kids were in the streets up to about 5. It spelled doom. I always look at problems from a different perspective. I want these 15 million Gen Zs to register, to vie, to vote, and on the date of the election, to stay awake as they did on the 25th of July, and have the returns of the elections with them at about 6 to 8 p.m. Nobody will steal the election. Like the president of Zambia, who could not sustain himself in office, this gentleman will have to go.
Okay, we've had a trust deficit because if that is the solution, then the election, there are already conversations before even the IBC formation. There were conversations around the names, the nominees, the gazettement, and conversations around who these people then represent, and interests around the commissioners leading now to an election. We've had this in the past in this country where there's an agitation to have something different, and then people go. I quoted my mechanic another day in this show, and I said, when I asked him, will you vote? Because he was telling me the economy is doing so badly. They can barely feed their families. And I asked him, would you want to see a change? Yes. Are you willing to go and vote? And the candidate that he voted for a couple of times said, I don't trust this candidate anymore. I'm done. We've been taken for granted for far too long. But are you going to vote? And he said, I don't think my vote will even matter. And I asked why. Because we know these elections, it's not about us voting. They will steal either way. There is that the perception that it won't matter whether I go, the 15 million go to vote. They already have a history that elections are always stolen. If we go back to the time even when Mwai Kibaki was sworn in for his second term as president, this was on 30th December 2007, at 6 p.m., the process was so hurried. And the point here is, if we are having these conversations now and we are directing all our attentions to trust a process that in the past has been flawed, and we get to that point and things don't go the way most people will be thinking, then what happens next?
In Zambia and in Ghana, incumbents have lost election, isn't it? In fact, the immediate former president of Zambia, Lungu, was an incumbent and he lost an election. True or not true?
True.
Same with Ghana. Because those people are deliberate and determined. You understand? Unlike your mechanic, they'll turn up and vote. And they will protect the vote. In Zambia, they protected the vote. You get it? I want to encourage your mechanic and anybody else to turn up and vote. A lady determined to have a child will always have a child, irrespective of how many miscarriages she has. You understand? You must try until you finally get what you want. Fundamentally, an election is like a drum. You may steal it, but where you beat that drum, people will know where the drum is. You understand? And that is why I'm deliberate. Of course, the word to steal the election is as clear as daylight. I've participated in elections. Some have lost, some have won. I've won an election where there was a determination to steal in favor of my opponent. But the numbers were so huge that my opponents could not see how to steal. They went to ICU for about 2 weeks after I won. You get it? Send these characters to ICU. You understand? Send them to ICU.
Is there a connection?
Let the numbers be enormous. 15 million.
Let it be enormous. Is there a connection between the things that are agitated for in the street and then what is dictated by the laws of governance of a country to say that I can make the direct distinction or connection between what you fight for in the street and then what must happen at the ballot? Because you can say, you can do, you can riot, you can picket, you can lobby. But if you don't do those things that you said, then you will not achieve a result. It's not the law of the jungle. Kenya is still bound by law. It is still operating within a law, however you choose to look at it.
Yes.
So if you don't register, if you don't vote, if you don't vie, all of these things are useless.
Yes. And fundamentally, the problem we have in Kenya is the rigidity of regime change. In the United States of America, they can countenance a bad president because they know they will remove him in the next election. In Zambia and Ghana, they will remove him in the next election. You understand? But here you will be told, and this is what my father always says, you know my father, Madividi, but in Africa, ordinarily, a president serves 10 times. I mean, 10 years.
10 years.
Two terms. Which Africa? Zambia and Ghana is not in Africa. It's these false constructs. And when he says this, you start clapping. You're clapping for bullshit. When he says this, you pick stones, send him home. You understand? Send him home. Let my DVD not tell you this nonsense. And I'm telling the people of Maragoli, we are fed up. Yeah, the people of Maragoli, Vihiga, and Kakamega, and many of us who are in Translation, we are fed up with this nonsense. We want good leadership. You can't come and tell us that our constitutional right to vie and vote has been curtailed because of customs and norms you coin, which have no domicility within the Constitution. Therein lies the problem. Don't clap for these people. I want you to stop clapping for these people. Tell them no. Tell them what the people of Ghana have told the exiting leaders. Tell them what the people of Zambia have told the exiting leaders. You may have a bad leader, but if the system is so rigid or is projected to be so rigid that you lose hope, like Denise mechanic, you don't want to vote. Therein lies the problem. But if you are determined to ensure, despite the perceived and projected rigidity, you exercise your right to vie and vote, you will attain the desired change. I'm hopeful.
Hopeful. And this is what Kenyans must be. Not against anyone, but for the people, essentially. Nelson Harvey, thank you for being here this morning. Words that we hope that we'll cling on to and actually turn them into action. Asante for being here this morning.
Always a pleasure.
Good morning. 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. MPs are today expected to begin a two-day retreat in Mombasa to review Parliament's mandate and later hold joint talks with the judiciary. Speaker Moses Wetangula, who will preside over the forum, said the meeting is themed Renewing Leadership Synergy and Committee for Responsible Discharge of the Mandate of the National Assembly. In today's session, the legislators will evaluate progress in fulfilling the Assembly's constitutional duties and reviewing resolutions adopted during a similar meeting in January. Tomorrow, they will meet with Chief Justice Martha Koome and other senior judicial officers to deliberate on strengthening of cooperation while respecting the independence of both arms of government. The government has intensified its campaign against cartels accused of exploiting musicians, content creators and performing artists, vowing to secure better earnings for creatives. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki made the announcement at his Irunduni home in Tharaka Nithi County, where he hosted over 2,000 artists and content creators. Kindiki assured them that the government will not abandon creatives to the grip of exploitative cartels.
Siku ingine pale nyuma nilikuwa waziri wa usalama. Kulikuwa na mabandits wanasumbua watu pale North Rift. Na walikuwa wajeuri, walikuwa na kiburi, walikuwa na maringo. Saa ingine waziri yako pale ana address mkutano, wanapiga risasi za juu hapo tu. Walienda hawakuenda. So kama tumefukuza magaidi wa Al-Shabaab, tumepigana na bandits wa North Rift. Sasa hii watu wengine wawili hapa wanajiita cartel ya creative economy. Si wataona fire.
Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has downplayed today's planned return of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua as insignificant, dismissing leaders celebrating his return. Gachagua is expected to fly back to the country after a 6-week visit to the United States, and his allies are busy planning to accord him a grand welcome in a bid to make a strong political statement. But Murkomen said there is nothing special about the DCP party leader's return and warned his supporters against fanning violence.
They must ensure that their meeting is peaceful and does not lead to situations of disrupting the peace for others, or burning of property, or looting, or violence. If you burn a police station, you burn government cars, whether it's county or national, you burn police office, you burn somebody's supermarket, there is no other charge that we can bring before the court. The best charge at that point in time is those related to terror, because that is exactly what you are doing.
This even comes as DCP Deputy Party Leader Cleophas Malala has alleged that the state is planning to use goons to disrupt Gachagua's planned events, including a rally at Kamkunji grounds.
We have been informed that the Nairobi County Governor, in cohorts with the CS for Interior, Mr. Kipchumba Murkomen, held several meetings and have activated their state-sponsored goons to cause harm to innocent citizens. This is being done by one Chief of Staff, one David, in connection with the following members of Parliament: George Aladwa and the Dagoretti North MP, Mama Beatrice Elachi. The duo have expressed instructions to the goons to loot, destroy property and harm people, and then blame it on DCP.
The National Assembly has ring-fenced privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company by imposing strict conditions to prevent a select group of wealthy investors from dominating the share sale and ensure wide access for ordinary citizens. The resolution passed on Tuesday represents a direct challenge to Treasury's urgent push to sell a stake in the profitable energy monopoly to raise an estimated 100 billion shillings for the national budget. Lawmakers explicitly fearing a takeover by a powerful cabal of tycoons instead mandated a model of broad-based ownership to safeguard what they deem as an asset of critical national and regional significance. The International Criminal Court has said it deplores new U.S. sanctions on its judges and prosecutors. On Wednesday, the U.S. State Department announced new sanctions on 2 judges and 2 prosecutors in the ICC for engaging in efforts to prosecute U.S. and Israeli citizens. Secretary of State Marco Rubio accused the ICC of being a national security threat and an instrument of lawfare against the U.S. and Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has welcomed the U.S. move. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 8 minutes after 8 o'clock, and this is Kenya's biggest conversation coming in at this 21st day of August. Our conversations continue. Dennis Aseto is giving you more than cake. I mean, okay, that's something else. Dennis Okari is giving you more than cake today. Ooh, you guys are confusing.
Too much sugar rush.
Yeah, apparently the sugar rush that you gave us in just half an hour, we're still not over that yet, so we're going. And you're connecting us, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Let me connect you with a good deal. If you have internet, but you're not happy with what you have at home, or you don't have internet at all, I want to give you a deal here. This month of August, well, the deal is ending 31st of August, so you don't have a lot of time. You have what, 10 days? It's 10 days. So 10 days to go. This is to new customers. Now, you get a Safaricom home fiber internet connection, and what then happens is you will enjoy, among other things, double the speeds at 25% discount on any of the plans you'll choose. If you decide you want to go for bronze, silver, gold, and diamond plans, you get 25% discount, automatic. Now, the welcome package, you'll get a router that is free of charge, and then you'll also get installation, and you don't need to pay anyone and pay anything for this installation. Comes for free. Now, what you end up then getting is not just good speeds, but also reliable internet connectivity. Whether you're gaming at home, you're streaming videos, movies, you're on your Netflix, you're on YouTube, watching music videos, you're working online like myself, I do most of the times, you want to enjoy those high-speed web browsing. And so, how do you get this deal? Simply dial *100# or visit my Safaricom app to get connected today.
Because we are where?
Because it feels good to be home with Safaricom Home Fiber.
Indeed, it does. Thanks so much and connecting us with that for sure. Getting into a conversation this hour and joining us in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning is the Member of Parliament for Embakasi East Constituency, Babu Owino. Good morning, Weshimiwa.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Yes.
How are you?
Pleasure to be here. I'm doing well.
Yeah.
Top of the world.
Top of the world.
Yes.
A fantastic place to be. You must let us know what the view from the top looks like. And I guess we're getting into that this morning. We've seen you busy in the courts, busy in, and today we're looking at the results of a meeting that took place between your party and another. But then we're also looking at then what this portends for Parliament, a place where you've been most vocal about. But before we get into that conversation, Dennis Aseto is going to let us know what today's proverb is. We'd like to hear your interpretation of it.
So we're coming from Zambia, home of Victoria Falls, a country of about 20 million people. Economy is being powered by through mining, so they produce a lot of copper and cobalt, and they also have their own version of ugali, but it's called nshima. But this one is more of porridge-like, and it is their national delicacy. But let's go to our proverb today. One head cannot carry a roof. One head cannot carry a roof. How would you interpret that?
One head cannot carry a roof. I think it's about shared responsibility. That whatever people do, it's like kidole kimoja akiwezi vunja chawa. That you must come together. Just like in leadership. Leadership is about we. It's not about I. And leadership is about others. So when we talk about one head not carrying a roof, it simply means that responsibility must be shared. You must delegate. A great leader delegates. There's a gentleman who said, Henry Kissinger, that a great leader must have 3 qualities that can never be delegated. That the first quality, a great leader must have serious political acumen. Number 2, a great leader must have passion and energy. A great leader must be an intellectual. And that the only thing that you can delegate, where now your proverb comes in, is bureaucracy. That is the only thing you can delegate. That if a leader misses any of the 3 that I mentioned before, then that leader will go into political oblivion, which is the entombment of the unworthy into their own dust of nothingness.
Entombment.
Hey, you look for a dictionary and put it there. That's great. Looking at that explanation of that proverb probably then leads us into the conversation that we have this hour. And that this week, if there was ever any proof that 1,000 days in politics is like a day, or like a day is like 1,000 years in politics, either way, things happen. And the words that we've heard, bribes, boycotts, blames, Kenya's political heat is actually rising. And probably in a way that we didn't expect. But then again, about Kenya's politics, you can never expect anything and never expect that it be the status quo. There is a faction of members of parliament, whether they be drawn from the Senate or the National Assembly, that have already been named the rebel group. You, Mweshimiwa, are a member of this rebel group, as it were. And as that is happening, over here is cooking on this side that the president, and we'll talk about this because it's important for us to do so, has named Parliament as the center of corruption in this country. And here we are looking at the same group of people to essentially lead Kenya into the place where that oblivion of nothingness should not exist. How?
You know, you've talked about rebels in Parliament, in quotes.
In quotes.
There's a great judge called Judge Wendell who used to say that it is better to free 1,000 guilty men than to jail one innocent man. Why are we rebelling? Why is there rebellion? There is no rebellion, there's just passion. And the passion to fight for the people. Passion to ensure that the high cost of living is reduced in this country. Passion to ensure that overtaxation does not exist in our country. Passion to ensure that the promises that were made by the government, including provision of jobs to our young men and women, to Kenyans, those jobs are given to Kenyans. Passion to ensure that we act within the doctrine of separation of powers, checks and balances, to keep the government in check, to ensure that there are no excesses in the government. And that is the role that we are doing in opposition. The moment we did not get what we wanted in 2022, which was the presidency, we became opposition leaders. And the work of opposition is to oversight. We are in parliament. The work of parliament as an independent body is to oversight the executive. If oversighting the executive is rebellion, then I want to be rebellious.
If that's the work that you've been doing, the president seems to think otherwise, because he said that you all have been in that, house, and what you've been doing is bribing members of the executive, asking rather for bribes in order to pass significant legislation, and essentially has said very clearly that the houses of Senate and the National Assembly are a mess. Those are the words he used.
In the book of Deuteronomy 16:19, the Bible is clear about bribery. And the Bible hates bribery and corruption. That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right. And further, in the book of Matthew 23, from verse 25 to 26, the Bible says, and I quote verbatim, that who unto you the scribes? The scribes were the Jewish jurists. Who unto you the Pharisees? Who unto you the Pharisees who clean the outside of the cup, outside of the plate, and leave the inside of the cup? Leave it full of corruption, leave it full of greed, leave it full of unworthy things. When we talk of fighting corruption, is a great thing. But where does corruption start? If the president really wants to fight corruption, who unto you the Pharisee who cleans the outside of the cup, but the inside? You have to start by cleaning your house first. He who comes to equity must come with clean hands. And if you're coming with dirty hands already, the executive itself is rotten. You saw what was talked about the e-citizen. Over 40 billion has been siphoned. From where? The executive. You look at what is happening, including construction of a church in State House. How much money does the president earn on a monthly basis? How much does that accumulate to in 3 years? Is it worth the cost of the church that is being constructed in State House? It is not. So we should start by cleaning the executive. You start by cleaning your house before cleaning the neighbor's house. Parliament is an independent body. And Parliament, I don't want to refute the claims of bribery. And I cannot also sit here to attack colleagues. But I rebuke matters corruption, because corruption has brought this country to its knees. But again, I want you to look at this thing from a different angle. What if this is just a game so that the president is seen as a victim who is trying to fight corruption and is being fought so that he can win back the souls of Kenyans? What if? But again, the president, in his wisdom or lack of the same, decided to form a team, a multi-agency team to fight corruption. The president himself has no trust in the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. The bodies that are existing has no trust in the DCI. Why do you form an unconstitutional body yet you have existing bodies that can fight corruption. Corruption should not be talked about. Corruption should be fought. And the president should lead in fighting corruption right from his house.
Babu, the scripture you quoted from Matthew 1
23, 25, 26.
Yes. My interpretation then is the Pharisee in this case will happen to be the president, if I'm correct in the interpretation. And so he's cleaning the outside of the cup or the plate. Why do you think he's doing that now?
You know, right now we are getting into a campaign mood where every politician is looking for votes. And right now, you will be surprised to hear so many things. You will be surprised to see people being taken to State House to get goods which does not exist. You will be surprised to see the executive walking across the country in the name of empowerment. What are you empowering if the least amount of money that is reaching a Mamamboga is 64 shillings? And you saw that clearly. What are you empowering if you are taking 20 boys, 40 youth, giving one motorbike, which is costing around 100,000 shillings? If they divide, each person will get only 5,000 shillings. If they were to get money from a motorbike earning 200 shillings per day, will this group be empowered? Why can't the State House give one motorbike to each and every person who went to State House? What is happening in this country? We have a budget of 4.2 trillion. Why don't we follow the budget and do the development that is enshrined in that budget?
So do you think his timing is coincidental in the sense that he's in a campaign mode? Because he directly, this same because Parliament has been, for the longest time, as we've known, and there is a member of Parliament who said when the finance bill was brought to the House, they passed the bill for him. We also the clip.
Yeah.
And the lamentations from Parliament is they've been doing the president's bidding until he pointed back at them and said, "You people are corrupt." Then the whole House is furious and they want to summon him, and they even calls to, even by extension, impeach him at some point. Why is he directly attacking? Because he did this at the devolution conference in Homa Bay, where he started by talking about how even in the Senate, governors who are called have to fork out money so that then reports can be done that are favorable to them. Then now we go to we look at the MPs. Why would you want them to attack the people who have brought you to that space? Why build this war between the executive and the legislature? Why now?
You know, if the president is a genuine person at fighting corruption, then the people who work with the president are the most corrupt. He should start by fighting those who are working with him, those that he call his brothers and sisters. The Nairobi County, for example, Dennis, then I come direct to your question. Look at the rot in the Nairobi County, City County. Look at the report of the Auditor General that was released, and I have part of it here. That the Auditor General said that in Nairobi County, 800 million shillings has been stolen in the name of paying salaries to the Green Army. Green Army is allocated 18,000 Kenya shillings, while they are supposed to be paid 30,000 Kenya shillings each. Where is the 12,000 Kenya shillings going to per person? Total of 800 million stolen from the Auditor General's report that was released 1 week ago. Another one is that the governor has been making double payments. These are very factual statements that you can get, 2023-2024 audit report, that the governor has been making double payment to suppliers, that one supplier has two accounts. Then that supplier, he's paid in double amount. The total amount of money that has been wasted or stolen is 140,944,662 shillings. Then, of surprise is this, my brother, that corruption through advocates, that only 4 advocates are owed 6 billion Kenya shillings in Nairobi County. These reports, you're going to get them 2023, 2024.
This is from what financial year?
2023, 2024.
Only one financial year.
One financial
that much money is owed to 4 lawyers.
Only 4 lawyers.
For cases that they took for or ever held for the county.
Only 4.
Okay.
And 6 billion Kenya shillings. You can imagine 6 billion Kenya shillings can do a smart factory in Nairobi to provide jobs for Nairobians. Now, of the total pending bill, which is 21 billion of the advocates, that again, you note that why are these advocates being given these billions? Okay? Now, the county is going to pay 299 million Kenya shillings in a criminal case number 493, just for not obeying court orders. That is another wastage. Another thing is Dandora dump site, that you're being told that machines were hired to work at Dandora dump site. 175 million stolen because per hourly rate should be 10,000 Kenya shillings, but the governor is paying 13,500. So 3,500 per hour is being stolen, a total of 175 million stolen. Another thing, as I finish on that and then I come to your question, is the school feeding program. Instead of dishing a county, the government is busy dishing the county. Clearly, 262 million Kenya shillings lost in dishing a county program because the amount that is supposed to be paid is 25 shillings per plate. But the county government is irregularly paid 30 shillings per plate. 5 shillings per plate is lost, totaling to 262 million Kenya shillings.
This is not Babu Owino
This is the report of the Auditor General 2023-2024, and you can check on that. Then there's another 145 million Kenya shillings contributed by the Embassy of France directly to food for education, which is unaccounted for. That money is lost. A total of 407 million so far stolen in just 1 year. What does this tell you about the friends of the president? It tells you that the president is not willing to fight corruption. The president is willing probably just to weaponize corruption, to use corruption as a tool to fight those who probably are opposing him. So now, in the issue of the parliament that you're talking about, you know, leaders are elected because of different reasons. And in parliament, we have different leaders. There are leaders who have a vision to transform this nation, and there are leaders who have a mission just to pass president's bills. And they were clearly stating it. And it is a high time that parliament gain its independence. Parliament should not depend on the executive to execute its roles. Parliament should be independent and ensure that they keep an oversight on the executive. When you come to parliament, Dennis, that is not a place that you'd want to come to.
Why?
That is not a place that every person... I used to dream to be a parliamentarian because I knew the sanctity of parliament. I knew that parliament is a sacred place. I knew that this is a place where we make laws for posterity, but we make laws for an individual. There are those parliamentarians, few of them, who are futuristic, making laws for posterity. There are those who are hell-bent to receive instructions, to depend on the executive to make laws, which is a shame. But with this pressure, parliament should regain its lost glory.
Babu, as we talk about parliament and regaining its lost glory, there is what the president has said, and you are a member of parliament in that house. Is it true that members of parliament are bribed to pass bills? Have you witnessed that yourself, and have you flagged it?
Dennis, I don't want to be the devil's advocate. And what I can tell you is that in this country, corruption must be fought from the executive to parliament to judiciary to members of the public. I don't want to name names in this place and fight colleagues in this matter, but the first important question we would ask, where does this money come from? If parliamentarians are bribed, where does this money come from? The money must trickle down from somewhere, and the money is held by the executive. Therefore, corruption starts at the executive and the head of the executive is the president.
Are you trying
Therefore,
to say
corruption starts at the presidency.
Are you trying to say that if there was no corruption coming in from the executive, from the presidency, that these allegations then would not be rife within
Where
Parliament?
would members of Parliament get money to be bribed with? Where would that money trickle down from? Where is the money coming from? Where is the source of this money for bribery? If members of Parliament are being bribed, where is the source of this money? If Rigathi was being impeached, some money exchanged hands. Where did the money come from? If Rigathi was being impeached, who was the beneficiary? Executive. The president. Clean the inside of the cup before cleaning the outside of the cup. Start with the executive. Start with the corruption cases that are existing in courts. Let us see. Corruption case can take maximum of 1 month. If a presidential petition takes 2 weeks, why are corruption cases taking over 10 years in courts? What are we doing? Let us ensure that institutions are working. Let us ensure that judiciary is well funded. ODPP is well funded so that nobody accepts any bribe.
Babu, how do we explain it away? Because I'm conflicted. Because this auditor report that you quote this morning, and it's in line with what you've just said.
Yes, 2023-2024 financial year.
That's just a year ago.
Yes.
Right? 2023-2024. If we were to do a summation of all of the money that cannot be accounted for, that seems to have made its way. Okay, I wouldn't say made its way. Money doesn't walk. It's taken. That was taken for things that they were not meant for. You could probably, at the end, have a sum that is unimaginable. It'd be incredible. And then when you put that against the money that is needed, doctors don't have money. They can't go to work. Students, 7,000 bob, we still owe them for them to get capitation. Hospitals, SHA, today, they say we don't have enough people in the pool, so we can't offer healthcare. I mean, the list goes on and on. And that to see that these cases are never prosecuted to an end. And what am I talking about? I asked the other day. Tell me one case, one issue that has been brought before an Auditor General, whether it's Nancy Gathongo today or Eddie Okoh before her. Tell me one case that has been recommended for investigation, that has ended up investigation and then has ended up in prosecution. When it is Parliament, whether you're looking at the Senate or the National Assembly, who is supposed to say, hang on guys, these monies that are missing, it's too much. These individuals who take this money, they've never, unless I'm wrong, Babu,
and do you know
tell me one person who has been implicated in these audit queries or investigations have been done about this money that is stolen. Tell me one case that Parliament has said, okay, this is enough. DCI, EACC, get these guys gone. It's never happened.
Do you know why the cases never end up anywhere? Because of the influence of the executive. Because if somebody is caught stealing, that person is a president of a member of the executive, then there are favors that must be done to them. That is why these cases don't end. Judiciary is being captured by the executive. Judiciary should act independently. That's why the judicial officers should be paid well so that they can do their work perfectly well. Should never be influenced by any arm of government. Judiciary should act independently. These cases will never end so long as the president has no intent of fighting corruption in this country. We take loans in this country. We take loans to steal. The loans that we have to a tune of 11 trillion, around 52% of that is international debt, foreign debt. 48% is domestic debt. Taking a loan is not a problem. We know in economics of a great man called Franco Modigliani. He came up with something simple, the life cycle hypothesis. And in that, he said in the theories of consumption that it is not wrong to borrow. And that is why the loaning system, the bank system came up, the mortgage system. It is not wrong to borrow for you to enjoy what you have enjoyed what you ought to have enjoyed in 70 years' time. You borrow to enjoy it now, so long as you repay. It is not wrong. We found KICC here. These were probably loans. We found Mombasa Road here. We are enjoying it and we are paying it, but it is existing. But if you borrow money for patrimonialism, for favorism, if you borrow money for recurrent expenditure, if you borrow money to steal for corruption, then that country will go nowhere. That country will always be in debt. And now the debt ceiling has already touched its maximum point level.
Passed by Parliament, Babu. Passed by Parliament.
Passed by Parliament. That is bribed probably by the executive so that it is passed. You know, there should be no any loan that should be taken by this country without the approval of Parliament. But you see, as much as I defend my colleagues, I'm also disappointed at my colleagues. Let us do our work. The president is there and we leave office. We are there and we will leave office. The laws that we make must be laws for posterity. And therefore, in the fight against corruption, number one, we start with the executive. Executive must ensure that there is no money that is asked, if at all money is asked by members of parliament from the executive, that is released. Look at the governors. Governors, majority of them are very corrupt. Look at Nairobi County. And this is a person who only save for sleeping next to the president, walks with the president 24/7. Corruption is at the doorstep of the president.
Speaking of the
corruption, walking next to the president, and you still look at corruption and leave it.
So, Babu, speaking of the president, among the 10 points in the NADCO report by your party, when now it came into this arrangement with the government, ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna and you as the Embakasi East MP were among key figures who snubbed a joint Kenya Kwanza ODM Parliamentary Group meeting. My first question is, why did you snub the meeting? And the first question that we had asked, whether you are, because you've been branded and labeled as a rebel together with your other colleagues, what is going on within the party? Why did you snub, first of all, going for that meeting? Because it's on very rare occasions where you have something like this happen, and you have people like yourselves who will then decide, no, we're not going. Baba is there, yes, but we're not going there.
Dennis, I've always said, and I will say it again and again and again, that number one, I respect Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. He is my party leader. He is my leader. I respect him so much. And never will you find me fighting Baba in the public domain. But when the NADCO report was being drafted, when there was an agreement between ODM and UDA on the BBI, the BBG, the broad-based government,
Yes.
I was not consulted. As a member of parliament, I ought to have been consulted because I represent the views of my constituents. I was not consulted. So therefore, when a meeting is called, if they didn't consult me, why did they want to consult me any further?
Was this the same case with Sifuna? Because Sifuna actually read.
Sifuna also has his own reasons. And number two, on that specific day, I chose to do the most important and urgent things, which was performing my conjugal rights. So I chose that which was more important to me.
Come on, Babu.
Than attending the broad-based government.
Father, that was something else to do.
I've baptized it well, you know.
Babu, let's look at
family first.
So what's going on within ODM beyond the PG and failing not to show up? What's going on?
Dennis, in ODM, my party, I don't have a position, not even a chairman of a polling station in ODM, and I don't have right to speak on behalf of ODM because ODM has a structure from the party leader, a full neck, to other members of the party. So I cannot speak on behalf of the party.
But you don't need to be in the leadership to say what's going on around. You're a member of the party. You have colleagues around yourselves. Because what is confusing here is there were early conversations that we are only coming into this arrangement because of what happened to the Gen Z, and we want this NADCO report implemented, the 10-point agenda. Then later on, there's another team that was formed to make sure that this thing is implemented again. And then we heard from your party leader that, look, we're actually in this arrangement up until 2027. Then thereafter, it almost looks like this might actually go beyond 2027. So it's a bit confusing. So what I'm asking is, within the party itself, what exactly, are you clear on the position, the direction from your leader, where this vehicle is going to?
You know, from time to time, Baba has always been clear on what he wants. And Baba has also mentioned that within ODM, people have democratic rights to express their views. That is what ODM stands for. And he said, even in the public domain, that we cannot all think alike. ODM, the D in ODM means democracy. That Babu has a democratic right to stand against any wrongdoing in this country. That Babu has a democratic right not to side with the government if it is oppressing the government. That Babu has a democratic right to oversight the government and ensure that government delivers unto the promises that they made to Kenyan citizens. That is what I believe that Baba Raila Amolo Odinga stands for.
But Babu, in the same breath, as you talk about you oversighting the government, and as we started, you mentioned once we get into elections, there is the majority and minority is to oversight government, right? But here's a question where the minority and the majority have formed government, broad-based government, and these then makes it difficult for your likes to oversight government. Just how has broad-based government made it difficult for you to do your job in the National Assembly?
The Constitution is clear that the role of a member of parliament or the role of parliament is representation, is legislation and oversight. So it doesn't matter whether you're in the minority or the majority, that you need to oversight. And that is why in the committees, for example, PAC, it is an oversight committee, PIC, an oversight committee. There are members of UDA in PAC and PIC. And the sole function of those committees is to oversight the executive. Then let us not start saying that there is the majority and the minority. Parliament should oversight the executive. But influence from the executive makes the parliament be dependent instead of being independent. There's a reason why Parliament is one of the state organs. There is the executive, there is the Parliament, and there is the judiciary. So Parliament should be independent because it has its own budget that is running it. Should work away from the executive.
How has broad-based government
only in consultation with, but not for the executive?
How has broad-based government in any way interfered with the independence that ODM say would have in oversight?
You and I, Dennis, you know very well that we've already talked that Parliament should be very principled. But we also have the party leaders that must always be pleased by some members of Parliament. That to them, the word of a party leader is law. Only the word of God should be law. Word of a party leader cannot be law. But therefore, again, without going so much into this, because I know some words might come out which might be unpleasant into the ears of some of my colleagues and my bosses.
You know how to put words together.
And my bosses, Dennis. But I want to leave it at the fact that Parliament should be independent and should perform its oversight role and should legislate for Kenyans, not for the executive.
There's a lot of speculation. It's rife at the moment in terms of what is going to happen moving forward. That whether we like it or not, the political process that again, which leads into constitutional processes, for example, voting, elections and all of that. The political process which we see playing out right now might take some tumbles, might take some turns. And it's speculation, but a lot of times speculation within politics is not far from wrong. The engines towards this politics are political parties. They've come together, but but the likelihood of them remaining together, according to speculation, and from what we can see as plain as day, then is being reduced significantly by the things that we see over time. What does it portend at the moment? Is everybody comfortable in their position? Do we see that things are going to change? Will ODM remain? Will UDA, ODA, the ODM broad-based government remain? Or do we see things changing? We can try to ignore it, but we can't.
The more things change, the more they remain the same. Just like other political cycles, the previous elections, there have been formations, there have been changes, there have been coalitions, there have been new parties sprouting. I don't think if there'll be anything different in 2027, because politics is a game of interest, and politics is defined as what you get where, when, how, and at what time. And it is interest. The supreme one is interest for the people. What are you getting for your people? And that is why when people are nearing an electioneering period, they come up with different formations. And that is why you see opposition trying to come together. You also see opposition that was ODM joining UDA, that is government. So there are different formations depending on what interest you want to achieve in that formation. So I don't think if there will be so much difference with what has happened before. People will move in parties, people will move out of parties, people will move and form other parties, people will form coalitions, depending on the interest that shall be achieved. And I pray that that interest be the interest for the people, irrespective of where you join.
Oh, come on. It's very clear that for the longest time, the interest of the people is not front and center of these political formations that take place time and time again. That when people are making formations, that when people are making moves, really in their minds is that, okay, let me move here or let me align with this individual so that my intent for the people of Kenya can be achieved. Is that really what goes on in the minds of politicians when they're making these moves?
That is why I pray that this time round, let it be for the people. Let it not be an individual-based interest. And generally, leaders have different reasons why they get to elective seats. Some are personal interest, some are interest of the public, some are a combination of the public and private interest. But the most important thing is a leader is a servant. Leadership is about the people. What are you doing to the people? What legacy do you want to leave? As much as you want to accumulate what you want to accumulate as a personal and a private interest. What about the people that you have been elected to lead? And that is why I've told you that I am really praying that this time round, let us put the interest of the people ahead. If it is government, put the interest of the people ahead. If it is opposition, put the interest of the people ahead. Because you are opposing for the interest of the people. You are also working for the interest of the people if you are in government. So let us all, in whichever place we will be by 2027, let us all do it for the people.
There's
because when you look at what's happening in this country,
it's difficult.
When you look at education, when you look at health, when you look at capitation, when you look at health, when you look at jobs, people are suffering. And that suffering is what leaders should be a bridge between the dirty past and the golden tomorrow.
Should they be the ones to cross over? If leaders have been involved in the dirty past of Kenya, should they be the same ones that should be looked at to then bring about this golden promise of tomorrow?
We don't want to condemn all leaders. There are very good leaders like myself, who was ranked as the best member of parliament in Kenya by credible research firms. There are other leaders who've been delivering. There are governors who are working. There are members of parliament who are working. They are part of the executive, one or two, who are also doing something, which is good. We cannot condemn everything. But there are those who are not working. For those who are not working, they should work. As simple as that. And if they don't work, they should not be re-elected.
Do you think, because there's a lot of blame trading at the moment, between the executive, you have parliament, and this is on various issues of the economy, issues of taxation, generally issues of justice, governance. In terms of accountability, because someone can argue it's easy then from the outside, it's easy to throw stones because it's not you. And it's easy to pinpoint flaws, weaknesses, and all these things. But if you are in a position then to bring about any form of change, any form of accountability, what will be your 5 top things that you will deal with for us then to say the country is actually on the right track? What are those things?
You know, Dennis, every leader should be accountable. Accountability means that you should account for your actions. You should account for what you ought to have done. Every area has a unique challenge. But generally, there are issues of concern in this country. The first issue of concern in this country is high cost of living. How do we ensure that high cost of living is reduced so that that hustler that you campaigned for as a president at least has something by the end of the day? That's a great issue of concern. The next issue of concern is the issue of overtaxation. How do you ensure that you undertax? Because overtaxation will make the government not to collect the required revenue because it reduces demand. Once it reduces demand, it reduces supply, the supply and demand curve. The moment that happens, it means that you will not collect more. But if taxes are low and you create an enabling environment for people to do business, multinationals are closing businesses, people are losing jobs. There are businesses, if you walk into these malls, go to Junction Mall, go to town, there are shops which are empty. Why? Because of high taxation. And there is no demand for these goods. There is no enabling environment to do business. So create an enabling environment to do business. The next issue of concern is the issue of unemployment. How do you create jobs? How do you ensure that there's a trickle down? How does the economy, how do you ensure that the economy is boosted? By putting money into the pockets of the people. Once you put money into the pockets of the people, then be rest assured that the economy will spur up. And this was done in the United States of America by a great man called John Maynard Keynes. The Keynesian theory said that just put money into the pockets of the people that will create a spending frenzy. That person on the ground, when he has money, he will go to a shopkeeper to buy flour. That shopkeeper will notice that there's high demand for flour, will employ 2 or more people, jobs created. Then the shopkeeper will rush to an industry or a factory where this flour is manufactured. At the factory, there will be more jobs created because the demand is high. That person at the factory will rush to the farmer, noticing that he needs more raw materials. The farmer will employ more people, more machinery, more jobs will be created. That is the best way to spur up an economic growth in a nation. Create money into the pockets of the common mwananchi. That is now what we call the bottom up. But this other bottom up that we baptized is a bottom up where you take money from the pockets of mwananchi, you take it up so that it is stolen there. Then you pretend that now we want to save you again. We want to fight corruption. My brother, when mosquitoes come together to form a multi-agency team so that they can fight malaria, does it make sense?
No.
And they are the cause of the malaria. It doesn't make sense, right? So,
yes.
Let us first of all talk about unemployment, we kill it. Overtaxation, we kill it. High cost of living, we kill it. Corruption, we kill it. Because more money, as you stated, is lost through corruption. Money that can do so many things. Money that can revive so many factories and industries. Right now, we are planning to sell pipeline. Do you know what it means to sell Kenya Pipeline? It means that if it is privatized, that person will set his or her own terms of the value of the prices of fuel because of transportation of fuel. The moment transport goes up, then it means that fuel will go up. If fuel goes up, anything that is capable of being transported, any good or service, will go up. And that is high inflation. That is high cost of living. So we will be overburdening mwananchi. So why are you thinking of privatizing a government parastatal like pipeline? You want to destroy this nation. So Dennis, let us focus on issues of concern.
Now, the challenge here is, and the frustration that sometimes we feel, because we're all Kenyans here, is that these same things you've just said are things I've heard before in all the election cycles. They're good ideas, great proposals, great vision. And this is coming from majority, very young leaders, were saying this is how things have been done in the past. By the older guys, we're coming in, we have fresh ideas. Now, if you look at the average age in Parliament, and a lot of the people are very outspoken and who seem to be moving with the flow are actually very young politicians. The question that I ask is, do you find that as a young leader, and looking at the young leaders, because we are now having a conversation around Gen Zs, is it about offering a different political culture? Or is it, after every election cycle, a situation where you'll find these same young leaders fall into the same old habits of either patronage or even blame game, that I came into the house and I found there are cartels already. And these are the conversations you keep hearing, so that you are swallowed up by, quote unquote, the system.
You know, Dennis, what I can advise young leaders is that greed and money blurs vision. Greed and money will make your vision blurry, will make you not go beyond. You've seen serious governors who could be potential presidential candidates or presidents in this country. But the moment they get into these positions at a young age, greed blurs their vision. The moment they see money, money does not make a man, man makes money. You cannot put money first. Money is a byproduct of any transaction or a relationship that you have. Therefore, you cannot put money first. Put services first. Money will just follow you. You don't have to steal money. If you are a governor, you will just have your money. There's no problem with that. But Dennis, what I can tell young leaders is not to have the mentality of the corrupt in this nation. Because we want a better nation. In this nation, if somebody was to die between an older person and a younger person, going by the doctrine of comorientes, what we call comorientes in the law of succession, that if two people are presumed to have died at the same time, then if, for example, an older person and a younger person got an accident and they died at the same time, then it is presumed that the older person died first.
Yes.
The doctrine of comorientes. It means that that younger person is closer to the future than the older person. That older person is soon finishing and going. If they are to die by natural death, they will die fast. Therefore, this young person, if you are destroying a country where you will still stay in it, you will have more time to suffer in the same country, and your children will also suffer in the same country that yourself as a leader, you destroyed. So I can advise the young leaders that the Gen Z started well. They brought in a revolution. Let this revolution not die. Let this revolution be a revolution for change for the better. Leaders need to be better. Why do you need to be a leader? You need to be a leader so that you can better people's lives, and you can also better your life. So therefore, young leaders, this is my prayer, do not join the bandwagon of those who are corrupt. Why? Because you will be judged with the same spirit that you are given this position. And have you ever noticed, Dennis, that every leader, my sister, every leader who is not re-elected, if you look at their lives now, they are so miserable. And you ask yourself, what happened? The answer is simple. God gave you an opportunity to serve, and you messed it up.
Or your intention was never
the same energy that God used to give you that seat is the same energy that He will use to punish you.
Is there any iota of understanding of leaders that we have right now on the need for service delivery? Because one would argue that majority of leaders that we have right now are only concerned on how they will maintain and protect their positions. Hence, we hear people calling for conclaves. We hear broad governments and people just thinking about the next election and not ensuring that the monarchy enjoys the powers they have.
The best way to think about the next election is by delivering. And you will not have time even to campaign. You will just relax. You will not be bothered going back to the people. You know, Dennis, leadership, the moment you are elected, you are elevated to the highest level of ignorance. So a leader is the most ignorant person. Why is a leader the most ignorant person? Because, Dennis, you are a leader. You are a leader of the people. You are a leader of all doctors, engineers, teachers, nurses, spiritual men and women. You are a leader of all thieves. You are a leader of all buildings, roads, rivers. Then this leader who is elevated to the highest level of ignorance, this leader is expected to take care of the interest of all doctors, yet he knows nothing about medicine. That is ignorance. He's expected to take care of all journalists, yet he knows nothing about journalism. He's expected to take care of all spiritual men and women, yet he doesn't know how to go to heaven, the way to heaven. He is expected to take care of all the thieves, their interest, yet he knows nothing about that, although some know so much about that thievery or thuggery. So therefore, a leader is the most ignorant person. So the moment you realize that you are an ignorant person, including me, because I don't know anything about your field, the moment I realize that I'm ignorant, then therefore, the leadership bus is the only bus that is driven from the back, not from the front. Because if you sit at the driver's seat from the front, then be rest assured that you will only assume that you know everything, like some of us, at the presidency. You will assume that you know everything. By the end of the day, you will mess. Sit at the back. Let doctors advise you about issues health. Let engineers advise you about matters, infrastructure and roads. Let journalists advise you about what they want. Let spiritual men and women advise you about what they want. So, if you are a leader, sit at the back, be advised, execute. Remember, by the time you are looking for votes, that time is not politics. It is a time for looking for a job. It is a job interview. You are being interviewed. So therefore, the person who sells the best policy gets the job. The time where politics comes is the point at the execution level, where the word executive comes
into play.
Where you execute, then you go back to the people and tell them, this is what I did. So coming to your point, it is easier to be re-elected after fulfilling your promises, after executing and going back to the people. You won't even need any principle. People will just re-elect you. For example, in 2017, I beat my opponent with only a difference of 4,200 votes. But in 2022, I beat the same opponent with a difference of 35,000 votes. So it tells you that people are satisfied with my work. So just work. Do not look at the principles.
And the results will come.
The sky will always depend on the ground. The principles are the sky. If you look at the sky and you forget the ground, then the sky will also drop you like a hot potato, because they're also depending on the ground. They only want leaders with the ground. So as a leader, go on the ground, forget about the sky. You can also create your own sky.
9:02. Babu Owino is the Member of Parliament for Embakasi East constituency. Leadership is what has come out of this conversation. And it's a time that everybody needs to, I guess, take the mantle at whatever level. Thank you for being here with us this morning in this conversation. We always look forward to the future for the people. That's what we fight. 10:02. Babu, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Asante. Good morning.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Embakasi East MP Babu Owino has defended his failure to attend the broad-based government parliamentary group meeting earlier this week, saying Parliament's role is to oversight the executive. It comes a day after DCP Deputy Party Leader Cleophas Malala appealed to him, Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna, and Saboti MP Caleb Amisi to join the one-term movement after they skipped the ODM-UDA meeting. Babu has told SpiceFM that their consistent criticism of the president is meant to ensure that there are no excesses in the government.
Why are we rebelling? Why is there rebellion? There is no rebellion, there is just passion, and the passion to fight for the people, passion to ensure that the high cost of living is reduced in this country, passion to ensure that overtaxation does not exist in our country, passion to ensure that the promises that were made by the government, including provision of jobs to our young men and women, to Kenyans, those jobs are given to Kenyans, passion to ensure that we act within the doctrine of separation of powers, checks and balances, to keep the government in check.
Babu also criticized Ruto for publicly accusing MPs of demanding bribes to pass critical bills, accusing the president of corruption.
The executive itself is rotten. You saw what was talked about the e-citizen. Over 40 billion has been siphoned. From where? The executive. You look at what is happening, including construction of a church in State House. How much money does the president earn on a monthly basis? How much does that accumulate to in 3 years? Is it worth the cost of the church that is being constructed in State House? It is not. So we should start by cleaning the executive. You start by cleaning your house before cleaning the neighbor's house.
The 10 billion shilling Kenya Marine Fisheries and Socio-Economic Development Project has been hailed for transforming the livelihoods of coastal communities. Now in its 4th year, the project is credited with creating over 30,000 jobs in fishing communities in the 4 coastal counties. Charles Ayoro, an economist and public affairs analyst, says the initiative has also improved the income of coastal communities, boosting local economic growth and development. Key milestones include the revival of the Liwatoni fishing port in Mombasa and the construction of a modern fish processing plant in Lamu town. According to Ayoro, fisheries are vital for food security, sustainable livelihoods and the preservation of cultural heritage among coastal communities. DCP Party Nairobi patron Irungu Nyakera is urging their supporters to turn up in large numbers to welcome former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua at the JKIA ahead of a planned procession and rallies in Nairobi. The plane carrying Gachagua is expected to touch down at the airport at noon. Nyakera says nothing will stop Gachagua's supporters from receiving him.
Kwa heshima na upendo tunamkaribisha party leader wa DCP Rigathi Gachagua atakapokuwa anatua kwenye uwanja wa ndege wa JKIA Nairobi kufuatia ziara yake Marekani. Tunaomba DCP kujitokeza kwa idadi pale uwanjani wa JKIA kutoka saa 2 asubuhi ili tumlaki kiongozi wetu Rigathi Gachagua.
This comes a day after Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen downplayed Gachagua's return as insignificant, dismissing leaders celebrating his return. But Murkomen said there is nothing special about the DCP party leader's return and warned his supporters against funding violence.
They must ensure that their meeting is peaceful and does not lead to situations of disrupting the peace for others or burning of property or looting or violence. If you burn a police station, you burn government cars, whether it's county or national, you burn police office, you burn somebody's supermarket, there is no other charge that we can bring before the court. The best charge at that point in time is those related to terror, because that is exactly what you are doing.
Texas legislators have approved new congressional maps designed to give Republicans an edge in New Year's elections for the U.S. House of Representatives. After a 2-week standoff where Democrats fled the state to stall the vote and rally supporters against the redistricting plans, Republicans in the Texas House of Representatives passed the new voting lines in an 88-52 vote. The maps will now go to the Texas Senate, where they are expected to be swiftly approved. They will create 5 new Republican-leaning seats that would show up the party's U.S. House majority in Washington, D.C. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
All right, good morning, and now getting into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. It's Thursday, is it not? It is actually Thursday. Getting into things proper. It is finally the 21st of August. It's been the 21st in my head since Monday, but it's good to know that the week has now caught up. I mean, we were moving. You should have. Well, this is where we were all this time.
You're waiting for the weekend. Those who say the weekend starts on Thursday.
It's the first Friday of the week, as we say.
Yep.
All right, well, at least we finally caught up to that date. 11 minutes after 9 o'clock, and let me tell you about two people. Should I tell you who they are?
Yes.
Edward Ogendi Akach. He says, you know what? 15 Mbp bronze, 30 Mbps silver, 80 Mbps gold, 500 Mbps diamond, 1000 Mbps platinum. He's decided, let's go the full hog. And also, Masriko Goge says 15 Mbps is 2,250 shillings, 30 Mbps is 3,075 shillings, 80 Mbps is 4,725 shillings, and 500 Mbps is 9,375 shillings. Offers are valid for new customers only. These guys are getting 1,000 shillings each Safaricom airtime courtesy of Safaricom Home Fiber. You know why? That they have been preaching the gospel that you've been preaching.
And it means they're paying attention.
Bas. So can you tell the people again so that others maybe tomorrow can also get
Just
1,000?
Remind us, what are they getting?
They're getting 1,000 shillings airtime Safaricom thanks to Safaricom Home Fiber.
You know, 1,000 airtime in this economy. That's how many minutes talk time? You will talk to your entire village, Salimia, Okoh,
and future generations.
Well, not sure about future generation. But to get that deal, this is why it's important to pay attention. Now, I want you to listen to me carefully. If you are a new customer, and you want to enjoy the Safaricom Home Fiber internet connection, you can do so very, very easily. I will tell you how you can do it, but first let me tell you the benefits, because people love to hear what is in it for me. Now, apart from the prizes and the packages that Ndo's mentioned, there are those who have won, have actually gone and did the homework, and they now know what the bronze costs, what the silver costs, what the gold and the diamond plans cost. That's a very good thing. So, beyond you getting the package, if you're a new customer, you get double the speeds for 25% discount for any plan that you choose. So if you're choosing that one for 3K, you get 25% discount.
All right.
Choose the one for 4K, you get 25% discount. Now, the welcome package, you get the router and then you also get the installation done for free. You're not paying anything. How do you get this done? You simply go to your phone, dial *400# or simply visit My Safaricom app. All these things are on your phone. You don't need to leave your house. Go to your phone, do these two things, either of these two things, *400# or visit My Safaricom app to get connected today. Actually, not today, now.
No.
To get connected now.
Okay.
The also offer is valid up to 31st of August. So there's an expiry date to this offer. You have 10 days to go.
Okay.
10 is more than enough.
Indeed it is.
Yes.
Especially since you don't have to leave your house.
Oh, yes.
And you can do it now.
Yeah.
Because we are what?
It feels good to be home with Safaricom Home Fiber.
Absolutely it does. And so there are folks who, those two that we mentioned this morning, Christine is going to get in touch with you and award you your 1,000 shillings airtime thanks to Safaricom Home Fiber. Sawa. All right. We're getting into our last conversation for this hour. And there is a National Nursing Association of Kenya. Did you know that?
Yes.
Very good. And you know what?
They are very, very important people in our lives.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. Me, I know.
You know.
Hey, me, nurses. Well, let me tell you, me, I know. I've had 1, 2, 3. I've had 3 surgeries in my living life. 3 surgeries. I may tell you, after you leave the theater, you go to your wards. There is a certain pain threshold that for men, you cannot stand. You will start screaming. Who comes to your rescue?
The nurses.
The nurses.
Thank you.
Now, if you get a nasty one, your life is hell. But for some strange reason, I'm glad we have our guest here today. For some strange reason, you meet a nurse, you can tell this is a nurse. There is a certain way they look.
Yeah.
There is a certain way they talk. There is a certain way their demeanor is just totally different.
Just feel comfortable.
They're just angelic. Majority are just angelic.
Yeah, there's a reason why when you go to our rural areas, they're called what? Sister.
See? Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Wow. Do I even need to introduce you? Because clearly, please, at this rate, her name is Claire Mukanda, and she's from the National Nursing Association of Kenya. You know, we could just end this show now because we're talking about nursing realities in Kenya, and these two gentlemen have already said, you know, this is where they've addressed your issues. But you know, because EVE wants us to at least go till 10, let's just continue that way. Claire, welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you.
Our friends at Camry Welcome Trust and in association and partnership are having this conversation this morning. Nursing realities in Kenya. We say a lot, but perhaps we do not know some of the realities, and we're going to go into those today. So thank you for being here. We're going to welcome you to the Situation Room with a proverb. We would like you to interpret that for us.
Yes, today we are in Zambia. So when you visit Zambia as a tourist, it is called the real Africa. When you want to go visit the Victoria Falls, it's called the home of Victoria Falls, a beautiful country. Also, anytime you're operating those machines at the hospital, switching off the lights, making sure Okari has appropriate oxygen, the alarm is working and whatnot, they produce copper. So relate copper with electricity comes from Zambia because they are one of the biggest producers of copper from the continent. But let's go to the proverb. One head cannot carry a roof. One head cannot carry a roof. How would you interpret that?
Personally, I think teamwork is the key. You cannot do everything as an individual, as a single person. You need somebody else to work with in any journey in life.
Yeah, well put, aptly put.
Absolutely, you can't do it alone. You know, so Okari just gave lead into some of the things that we're talking about this morning, and that it's unfortunately a group of individuals, whether acting in an individual capacity or working as, you know, a community of people, that sometimes we tend to ignore their significance and their importance, except when they are not there. When for some reason they're not there, then we think, hang on a minute, something is missing, especially in the healthcare arena. So when we're talking about nursing realities, let's start from what would be a maybe rudimentary description. Maybe we assume a lot of things, but maybe we don't know. We've heard unglorified doctor. used to describe a nurse. We've heard wanted to be a doctor, didn't quite make it, became a nurse. We've heard these things before. What is the reality of what a nurse, what his or her job is? Because we've also always described nurses as just women. We know now, with enlightenment, that men are nurses as well.
Yeah.
What is the job of a nurse?
I would start by saying a nurse is a human being. A nurse has feelings. And when you come to interact with a nurse, put yourself in that shoe that you are also, she or he is a human being. A nurse is the caregiver, is an advocate to the patients or to the life she's handling at that moment. A nurse is the basic, is the central life giver. I would say she's there 24/7 for that person besides her. A doctor will come, prescribe, give orders, and then he goes. The person who will be there for that patient is a nurse. So I would say a nurse is an all-round person dealing with a life.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the relationship, in the spectrum of medical care, we see there's the doctor, there is a clinical officer, there's a lab technician, there is a equipment handler, could be a radiology, a nutritionist, then of course there's a nurse.
Yeah.
So where does the nurse play? Can we say that a nurse plays in each and every aspect of this care that's given?
Yes.
And how so?
Yes. Yes. I'll say without a nurse there's nothing called health. There's no caregiving, because a nutritionist will come, give you the feeds that you're supposed to give. Who will take care of the feeds? It's the nurse. A doctor will prescribe treatment. Who will give the treatment? It's a nurse. I'm the one who will feed that patient. I'm the one who will give the treatment. I'm the one who will observe that patient. In case of any changes, I'm the one who will give the first alert that there is a problem here for this patient to be handled. Yeah.
Okay. So usually sometimes we say, we give experiences. Dennis will give us details about these 3 surgeries that he's had at some point, I'm sure, and then he'll tell us how his life or death experience came through. But I imagine, so after a surgery, and then, you go into theater. I don't remember what happened after that, but, there's a nurse. She's there taking vitals and all of those things when you present yourself to hospital before they prepare you to go into surgery. The surgery happens, the doctor, the anesthesiologist takes care of all of that. You come out of surgery, and if and when you open your eyes, the first person that you see is a nurse.
Yeah.
She's asking you, or he's asking you, what's your pain like? They're giving you medicine. They are telling you that this is what you're going to feel here or there. And then they're saying, okay, well, you need to rest. They're the ones who come and kick out your visitors when it's time for them to go. They're the ones who now put on the lights at 4 a.m. and say it's time for you to have your medicine and all of that. This is not just motherly care. This is coming off of education, isn't it? You go to school to learn all of these sciences and also the care part of it. So it's not something that if you're born with the care, great, but you have to actually go and learn this. And I'm saying this because we often think that, you seem nice, you can be a nurse. It's a little bit more than that, isn't it?
It is. It is more than that, because the 3 years that one goes to school, you don't just learn how to greet, share with this person. You learn how to take care of the person, his mental, physical and social well-being. You have to be there all round. You have to educate this person. And by the way, Nudi, even in that theater there is a nurse. Even in that theater there is a scrub nurse. There is a nurse called a scrub nurse who assists that doctor to complete that procedure. After that, there is a nurse who is taking this patient from theater to the ward, and in the ward is received by a nurse. So the nurse starts from even before you go to theater. The moment you arrive in that accident and emergency or that casualty in any hospital, the first person you interact with is a nurse. Am I right, Dennis?
Yes, it's true.
A nurse. And that nurse is the one who will take you through until the day we tell you now you are well, you have to go home. Yeah.
So if you look at the nurse's presence in a healthcare facility, very critical. And one would look at how nurses work. So just describe a normal shift for a nurse.
A normal shift in Kenya. A day shift is 12 hours. A nurse will report on duty at 7:30, has to leave at around 6 p.m. This nurse has to receive the report of the patients in the unit, has to take the vitals, has to give medication. There are patients who are bedridden, we have to bathe them, regardless of the sex. You have to bed this patient, make sure the patient is comfortable. If the patient is going to theater, we have to prepare the patient. If the patient is inside and can't feed, we are the ones to feed the patient. Up to the time you have to hand over, that is at 6 p.m. And the patient ratio, nurse to patient ratio, is something we cannot talk about in Kenya. Because you might find one nurse handling around, it's in a general ward, you might be having around 15 patients. In 12 hours, tell me what will you have done and what will you have not done. So those are the gaps. From morning to evening, that nurse is there. You have to start with medication, feeding. You have to address the relatives when they come. The way you said, we have to tell them out. Now I have to be there to handle those relatives. After that, I have to come again and deal with my co-person who has brought me to the hospital, this patient, whom the relatives have come and gone. I have also to reassure the patient, I'm here for you. After your relatives have gone, I'm still here for you. I have to give medication. In case of anything, I have to document what I have done the whole day. I have to tell the doctor, this patient, I think, is improving. This patient needs this and this to be done to enable the patient to do well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yesterday we were told how we have, in certain parts of this country, where you have a ratio of doctor to patient, where you have one doctor attending to 3,000 patients. In a typical scenario in this country, you talked about the shift where a nurse is handling 15 people. 15 people, that's in one shift?
In one shift.
In just one shift?
12 hours.
12 hours.
Yeah.
So, how do nurses handle burnout? The reason I'm asking this question is because I've been in hospital, and you find a situation where you're coming off from theater, you go to the recovery room, you have your nurses there who are going to take you to your wards. Then this same person keeps coming after, in intervals, to come refill the IV, give you some medication, make sure how you're feeling, how is the pain level, and so on and so forth. And this person has to leave in the evening, from morning all the way to evening. And I'm not the only patient, there's so many other different patients. Meaning that the distance you end up walking without sitting down is, so you must be physically fit.
Yeah.
You also have to handle your personal pressures because you have to come very pleasant to the patient, smile at the patient, be caring. How do nurses handle burnout?
I would say teamwork. We are 4 on duty, we have to work as a team. Because if I say I'll work alone, at the end of the day, I'm a human being, I'll break down. So we handle it as we do. Mostly we have to talk it out. We share a lot, by the way, as a team. When we are on a shift, maybe we are 4 or 5 of us in a shift, we have to work as a team. When there is something that you feel that you cannot handle, you will request your colleague to take it up. That's how we'll handle it, and it can never be over.
Do you feel nurses get the same policy attention as, let's say, doctors? Because there are different layers. But a nurse is supposed to know atadunga shindano isa, so this nurse has to know how to do it. You have to administer medication, meaning you have to have some level of understanding of how the pharmacy works. Then you have to, you've said, you sometimes end up cleaning the person if they're not able to clean themselves. Or if they can't even go to the washroom, you have to assist them in doing that. You take in all these different things. But when it comes to now policy, do you feel that nursing is received or treated the same or given the same policy attention as other areas of healthcare in this country?
I would openly say no. We are not getting the equal policy attention. If at all we could have gotten equal policy attention, I'm sure the shortage that we are experiencing in the nursing fraternity couldn't be there. Couldn't be there. Because if we compare the world Health Organization ratio to the current ratio in Kenya, we are...
What are those ratios?
Ideally, a nurse is supposed to handle 1 to 6 in a general ward. That is a general ward. In an ICU, you are supposed to be 1 to 1. But what do we find? In an ICU, you'll get a nurse handling 1 to even 5. In a general ward, 1 to even 20. Recently, I was with a nurse from Kerogoya who was telling me, in a newborn unit, she was alone with 48 neonates. Tell me 48 neonates, which means you're handling 96 patients. I'm talking of the mother and the baby.
This is one nurse?
One nurse.
And that's one shift?
One shift.
Working alone?
What time will she even get to take a cup of tea? So if you talk about burnouts, it's like it's in our system. God gives us grace to see, to go on each day.
So if you're talking about the shortage that you're talking about and the ratio from 1 nurse to number of Kenyans that you serve, patients that you serve, one would look at how then the shortfalls that we experience affect the quality of care that patients do receive. As a nurse, how is it?
By the way, quality of care is, we give priority now. I'll have 15 patients, but I'll look at who needs my attention first. Do I have a patient who has just come out of ICU? This is a patient who needs my attention because we are still weaning him off those machines. Do I have a patient who has come from theater? This is another patient who needs attention. But still with that, I'll miss out a warning sign from another patient whom I thought was stable, but has changed condition. You'll see, I'll miss that. And when I miss that, what is the outcome? A risk of complication, or even I lose a life.
All right. So it's sometimes uncomfortable. We also have to talk about it that, for the longest time, people's perception of nurses and how they treat you, depending also on the facility that you are visiting, comes into mind, and that we blanket, unfairly so, that we blanket everybody as behaving that way. And so my first defense coming into contact with the nurse will be like, okay, I don't know if he or she is going to treat me a certain type of way. How do we overcome those biases, especially when that in some cases that bias is true? That you will sometimes run into a nurse who's not going to treat you so peachy. How do we overcome that when unfortunately the bad experience that you may have is going to overshadow any other good experience that you would? It's just, I guess it's the law of nature, isn't it? How do we do that in light of the fact of what you've said, what your job is, what your calling is?
Nudi, it's not easy to convince somebody who has had a bad experience in a facility. For instance, if you walk into a facility and then the reception is hostile, believe me, you'll be in that institution, but you'd be wishing to be out fastest or as quick as possible. But it all depends with the communication skills you incur. We are different personalities. As I said in the beginning, we are human beings. I might be having my challenges from home and I've carried them to work. But in a nutshell, we should impress the communication skills we are taught in school and handle individuals as a person as the way he presents himself, he or she presents himself.
We're talking about the realities of nursing this morning with Claire Mukanda, and we are going to continue that when we come back from this break. Look into some of the things that actually do pose as challenges in Kenya today. So at 28 minutes to 10 o'clock, this is the Situation Room. We're talking about that this morning. We'll come back from that in a short while. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Manze, nowadays ukipigia mse
Niko Rubies.
Upigie mbogi wase mko
Sisi tuko Rubies.
Madhe uko
Niko Rubies.
Why is Kenya at Ruby's? Ultratrek Fuel, Castor Oil, Enjoy Shop, Tire Pressure, Ruby's Gas, Chemist, Coffee. Ala, na we, mbona uko Ruby's? Niko Ruby's for Ultratrek, fuel that helps me drive longer, cleaner, better and smoother. Kwani Ruby's iko na kila kitu? Si washroom safi, si spot ya date, si snacks. Ruby's iko na kila kitu. Mzee, uko tukutane Ruby's. Ruby's is making life's journey better.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
The reality of nursing is the conversation that we're having this morning. And even as we get into it, Claire Mukanda from the National Association of Nurses of Kenya, and we're having that conversation this morning. Realities, we've talked about long shifts. Burnout is there. Also then noting the reality, or rather the positioning that nurses have in the whole healthcare spectrum. In terms of support from a body that is meant to do this, the government, essentially, in terms of regulation, in terms of support, what does that picture look like at the moment? We have heard of strikes and rumors of strikes. We have heard of the lack of support. We've heard of the need for more pay. We've heard of the need for hiring of new nurses in different jurisdictions. What's the current state of things?
The shortage of staffs is still a government issue. If at all the government could have hired enough, I'm sure the ratios could be, and the patient care outcome would be the best. If I woke up one morning and found that I have 4 patients to handle in 12 hours, believe me, I'll be the happiest nurse of the day, because I'll know I'll give the best of my best to that patient. But if I wake up, I'm going to work and I have 20, what do you expect me to do? I'll do what I can. And in the end of it all, I'll go home unsatisfied. And if I don't get satisfaction at my place of work, where else will I get satisfaction? Yeah. So the government needs to up its game by hiring more staff.
Let's look at the neonatal nursing, and from what you just said, it seems like you then have to have your own coping mechanism to deal with this shortage of nurses. And here we're going to talk about a critical group of human beings called newborns. You go to any hospital, and I'm going to say we've handled cases where a mother gives birth. Baby is taken to their own unit, and the sensitivity around how that is handled, how the baby is handled. And we've had stories where, babies, the mother delivers a baby, the baby is alive, they go, then you hear of stories, something happened to the baby. Then you hear mothers asking, what happened to my child? My child was alive by the time this child was being taken away from me. And then you've had stories of, the controversies around babies being sold in some maternity hospitals. But if we are to look at the critical challenges just around these special human beings called newborns, what exactly is happening? We've talked about understaffing, so that's looking at the shortage of nurses. Paint for us a picture of how it looks like in a typical hospital and why this is important to even discuss.
I would say in a newborn unit, this is a special unit, and it's carrying the new life. This is a child who is born. Most of the children who are in the newborn unit are born before their dates, before maturity. This is a special set of human beings we handle. And for a better outcome or a best outcome in a newborn unit, as I said earlier on, we need more nurses trained in neonatal care. Because ideally I'm a nurse. I was trained the basic of taking care of a newborn. But there is that special attention that is given when somebody trains as a neonatal nurse. It's a 2-year course. You just go to train about neonatal care. And there is a shortage. We don't have neonatal nurses in the country. We have them, but they are very few. So most of those who are working in the newborn units are trained on job. I mean, this unit, I have to know what it takes me to do in this facility. And now, to ensure the better outcome, we also involve the mothers in the care. For those stable children, we train the mothers on how to take care of them, assist in the feeding. But for those critically ill, it is me, the nurse, will have to take care of it. Ensure the child is fed, ensure this child has medication, ensure I've taken vital observations. I'm the counselor to the parents, to the mother. I'm the one there to reassure this mother that all is well. And if anything changes, I have to involve the doctor. If it goes now to the other end, I have to call in the doctor to also help in relaying the message to the mother.
You know, when you talk about the neonates and the care that nurses give, you look at especially new mothers and what it takes, the counseling that you're talking about, as well as even training the mother on how to breastfeed. People think it's easy, but once you get there, there is a position that a baby's head needs to be in. There's a way for you, and it all comes from the nurses who are training and are there to ensure that the baby gets the critical care that they deserve, that the mother as well gets the help and assistance that they need, because at that point there is pain that the mother is dealing with. But then again, you look at already in the neonatal space, the nurses are few, and this comes with a toll. And one would want to ask the walking around, the physical problems that come with it, and how do you deal with all that while again just being sane and being able to give all this?
I think, Dennis, I would openly tell you that we try what we can, because putting yourself in that shoe of this mother just gears you to move on. This woman came into the hospital anticipating to go home with the baby. What do? I have to give my best. Regardless of what I'm facing, the burnout and the rest, I have to give my best to ensure this mother has the comfort that I have entrusted my child to these people, and I'll have to, when she comes back, because they come express the milk and go. She comes back, she expects to see this child still there. So what do? I have to give my best. I have to give my best. Regardless of what I'm facing, I have to apply and give it out. Yeah.
When you look at the training that is going into nurses who are coming up in the profession, would you say that, and this is interesting because there are quite a number of calls for nurses outside of Kenya. And there are certain countries which make these calls. The UK is a big one, Canada is a big one, Germany another one, and Kenyan nurses are actually in high demand.
They're hotcakes.
Indeed. And here we're talking about a situation whereby you've not hired enough, but that doesn't mean that there are no nurses.
Nurses are coming, graduating each and every year. We have nurses graduating.
Yeah, and some of them are being snapped up by these countries outside. So the training is not... talk to the training that is being given to Kenyan nurses. Is education up to scratch and everything that you need for the profession? Is it being provided in these education circles? And then after that, talk to the snap up that's happening by these external countries. Is it okay? And do we find that there are lots of Kenyan nurses who are actually finding their way outside of the country where they could be working here?
For those nurses going outside the country, it is a greener pasture. If you woke up one morning and then they told you Citizen is giving you maybe ×2 what you're getting here, would you remain here?
My boss is listening to this conversation, so the possibility.
Would you? So, job opportunities are there, and given that working hours and then the ratio of staffing outside is better than in Kenya, that's why we are having nurses leaving the country each and every day. And it's not that it's every month, it's each and every day there's a nurse leaving the country for a greener pasture. Whatever we are being taught is it's like it's the best in the world, because you come to Australia, they are looking for Kenyan nurses. US is looking for Kenyan nurses. Even the Arabian countries are looking for Kenyan nurses. Why? Because we are giving the best. We get the best from our MTCs, we get the best. So if the government can just tap in and inquire, why, what is this that Australia is offering that we can also chip in and retain the nurses?
Well, they're offering the dollar.
Yeah. So if that is the dollar, then let the government also impress the dollar and then retain the nurses.
So, apart from the greener, the assumption is when you hear nurses leaving the country for greener pastures, it's taking care of the old people in homes, cleaning diapers, cleaning them, putting diapers, and doing all those kind of things. There is a way the profession, to some degree, to some people, may appear very degrading, like you're at the bottom of the medical field, because you're the ones who handle, like we say, typically in a hospital, when a patient is not able to take care of themselves, it's not the doctor, the surgeon who comes in to just tick the boxes and see us asking, did you do this? Yes. Did you do this? Yes. If there's something wrong, the doctor will walk away. It's you, the nurse, who's going to then take care of this patient. Apart from, the policymakers and everything else that we've just talked about, do you feel that society appreciates or even understands the role a nurse plays in a health institution, to the level where you are respected equally with the others within the medical field? Do you feel society itself?
Partly yes, partly no. Why do I say no? Because anything that comes out louder is when a nurse has done a mistake. If there's anything that there was a gap that a nurse did 1, 2, 3, it will come out louder, and it will be a story of even a century. But let me give an example. Like the nurse who conducted a delivery in an SGR. How long did it go? It was a week, and then in the story ended. But if there was an instance that a nurse did something and then unfortunately a patient passed on, how long does it take? Even in the social media.
Trends for a long time.
It trends forever. It's never for a long time. It will be a clip that, in case of anything happening in a hospital, it will be the first one.
You're reminded of that. Yes.
So we feel not appreciated by the society. Why? Because you always look for the mistake that a nurse does. You never look at anything good that Claire can do. If Claire can dress a wound until this patient goes home, that one will never be captured anywhere. But if Claire made a mistake, maybe this wound worsened, tomorrow it will be Claire. Claire did this. Claire mismanaged our patient. The word comes mismanaged. But if Claire did something good, that loud shout and applause will never be heard.
So Claire, how would we then fix this? Because there is so much good that nurses continue to do on a daily basis, and this is never celebrated. We never seem to be giving nurses the flowers that they deserve rightfully so. And you look at it in terms of from the policy level trickling down all the way to even facilities and even to societies. So then how do we fix that and make the people understand that when you go to a hospital, the first person you meet is a nurse, and probably they are the ones who will take care of you until you leave the hospital? How do we communicate these messages so that the patients, Kenyans, understand?
I would say people like Dennis should come out louder. Dennis he's told us he has 3 surgeries, and he's come out. He's now here.
He's still alive.
Very healthy. Those are the people who should come out loud and say, if it was not a nurse, maybe something wrong could have happened. The policymakers should appreciate the nurses through remuneration. Motivation doesn't mean that you should give me cash. Just coming out and saying, Claire did this thing, we appreciate you for it. It makes me feel motivated to hold on into nursing. We've had so many nurses who've even stopped practicing nursing because they feel not appreciated. You go to the society, what you'll receive as the first statement is, nyinyi nurses mnafanyanga. You see, there is no day they'll say, mara hii mumejaribu. They look for the negative. The negative will come out louder than the appreciation that we receive.
Well, it cuts across different things, but let's talk about money. How much does a nurse earn in this country? And I don't know whether to level it in the sense that you have a nurse in the neonatal section, or just generally a nurse. How much at the entry point? You finished your course. You're now employed as a nurse. How much does a nurse earn?
I wouldn't want to give the figures.
No, please go ahead, because it's too small. Or what?
It's not enough.
No, but it's the reality. Because we've asked doctors, how much do surgeons earn, for example? How much do certain groups earn? And it's very, very clear. For nurses, so that we understand the realities, because we're having this conversation about the realities of nursing. The reality at the end of the day, despite the understaffing and everything that you go through, there is what then you put in the pocket and you go home. There's an expectation at home. A nurse has a family back at home.
Something lower than 50,000.
Lower than 50,000?
Yeah. For a start, lower than 50,000.
That's gross.
Yeah. A nurse working in the government institution. Yeah.
Across levels? Let's go from a dispensary, obviously, because we're not going to probably see. If we're talking about then from a level 2 hospital through to a level 6.
Yeah, the salary doesn't
change regardless of the level of hospital.
But for level 6, now that is the Kenyatta National Hospital, Moi Teaching and those ones Kenyatta. Are different.
Yeah.
Those are different. But for a government institution, including the allowances, we are there.
You know, it's a difficult conversation to have, because if you look at even what the doctors usually push for, especially when it comes to the intern doctors, whenever they get in, you're talking about 200,000 for an intern doctor that they're pushing through KMPDU. But you're talking about a nurse who's been employed getting less than 50,000 bob. And one asks the question, is it that policymakers do not understand the importance of a nurse, or is it that they just don't care? Where would you place the blame on?
Maybe they don't understand the impact nurses give to the society and to the institution. One thing I would just say, if you woke up one morning, Dennis, and you found all nurses out of hospitals, who will give that care? If you just woke up one morning, there is no nurse in that facility, how will it look like? How will it look?
Well, the hospitals will shut down.
Well, essentially,
yeah.
So if they will shut down, who is the backbone of healthcare?
It's the nurses.
It's the nurses. So the policymakers should also consider and look at the nurses' issues and handle nurses as nurses. Let us not just be like any other profession. You know, a nurse is somebody who is dealing with life. With life. If you break a nurse, you are breaking this person I'm handling. That's what I believe. If I woke up one morning, my employer is on me, that I've done something wrong, will I be able, with a sober mind, handle a patient in that day? Because I'm human. I'll go down. I'll be drained. So when I'll be going to that patient, I'll not give my best. So if the government and the policymakers would really look into nursing issues and award nurses the respect and the honors they deserve, Kenya would be the best place to work.
So interesting yesterday, because also talking in the medical sphere circles and looking at, a particular county where the need was for the man at the top essentially to talk to stakeholders, in this case being doctors. Where is there top-down leadership? Where is there a conversation about, first of all, acknowledgement that of the selfless work that this group of individuals does communally as well as on an individual basis? Is there a conversation being had? Is there recognition? Is there acknowledgement of that sacrifice? Yeah, you're being paid for, we get it, and that you can also do better. But are the conversations warm, essentially? And I say warm because, when you want to keep something for consummation, you need to keep it. You don't keep it in the freezer. Are those conversations warm? Does it exist in the first place? Is there somebody having the conversation, or do we wait until there's a strike and the people remember, oh, there are nurses in Kenya?
I think you've answered yourself. We have to wait until you hear we are on toes. Then is when, okay, these people need to be addressed. I think our plight is hard more when we go on the streets. But we rarely do. Because we have that. I think somebody said initially, before I went to college, somebody said nursing is a calling. Partly yes. Then you question, will we survive with the calling in this economy? It is a calling.
You're not going to eat the calling?
That is the thing. That's the question. Am I going to eat the calling? Because when we go on strike, Kenyans come out loud and clear. Nursing is a calling. But am I going... Is there a supermarket indicated for nurses? These nurses, because they have a calling, the prices are different. Here we are.
So what kind of support from... There's a lot you see in the hospital, from the wards, from the new natal section, all the way up. What kind of support, emotional, professional, logistical, would make a very big difference in your work?
From the policymakers?
Cutting across.
I would start by saying, let the society accept us as nurses. That is the society. Just to acknowledge us as caregivers. We give our best. Nurses do their best. Secondly, for the policymakers, let them hire more staff. Hire more staff, equip our level 4, level 5 hospitals to avoid a backlog to level 6. Because once there is crisis in level 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, who are going to bear the burden? The level 6. So if those hospitals behind are equipped and they have enough staff, there will be enough. That will be enough.
You are in the circles. You see what's going on. You hear the chatter. Usually what we are told is that lack of resources is why certain things cannot happen. Equipment, people to hire to run the equipment. We don't have enough in terms of what's in the bag to then, make a salary increase. Is that the issue? Do you think resources are the problem as to why we can, at the very least, have people satisfied?
Resources? No. Satisfaction doesn't come from money. If I'm appreciated of whom I am as a nurse, that's enough satisfaction. That's why I said motivation doesn't come. And also working hours. If you can consider my working hours, if you can say a nurse should work maybe for 6 hours, you see, you'll have relieved me from the stress, the burnout and the rest. That will be enough to make me feel satisfied. My employer also feels or has worn my shoe and can walk with me out. Yeah.
If you're given an opportunity to speak to policymakers, hospital administrators, or even Kenyans perhaps, what would be your message or what would you ask for?
I would tell our policymakers, let's utilize the nurses who are out there. We have so many nurses outside who are not employed, who are still looking for employment. who are working in those small clinics. Let's hire more staff. Let's equip our facilities with the current equipments. Let's train. Let's specialize our nurses. Let's have critical care nurses specialized. Let's have neonatal nurses. Let's have renal nurses. Let's have specialties in the nursing field. It will help. For the newborn units, I would openly say, let's improve the space of kangaroo mother care. This is something that is coming up, and it's really doing a great job, because you are allowing this mother to bond with that child as young as the day the child was born. So the policymakers, if they can support us with the staffing, that would be good. That would be good.
There's obviously a lot of work to be done, but if we take the opportunity to say thank you for the sacrifice that you make, it is clear that obviously without this cadre of healthcare workers, there's so much that would not be done. So I mean, take it from us this morning that we appreciate the work that you do, and it is our hope that folks will rally around in concert to make sure that satisfaction, not just through resources, is guaranteed. Looking forward to a time whereby nobody will have to look outside to then be able to work. Thank you for that. And, you know, as we wrap up this conversation this morning, just saying thank you to nurses around the country and indeed around the world for the work that they do. And again, our hope is vested in that tomorrow will be brighter, even as you continue to live out your calling. Claire Mukanda is part of the National Nursing Association of Kenya, has been our guest this hour. Thank you for keeping it the Situation Room this morning at 10 a.m. Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. There is a heavy police presence at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport ahead of DCP leader Rigathi Gachagwa's arrival from the US at noon. Regular and anti-riot squads from the GSU are stationed at the airport with their water cannons. Meanwhile, Gachagwa's supporters have been streaming into the airport. It comes hours after DCP party Nairobi patron Irungu Nyakera urged them to accord the former deputy president a grand welcome in a bid to make a strong political statement.
Kwa heshima na upendo tunamkaribisha party leader wa DCP Rigathi Gachagua atakapokuwa anatua kwenye uwanja wa ndege wa JKIA Nairobi kufuatia ziara yake Marekani. Tunaomba DCP kujitokeza kwa idadi pale uwanjani wa JKIA kutoka saa 2 asubuhi ili tumlaki kiongozi wetu Rigathi Gachagua.
The Social Health Authority has disbursed 3.4 billion shillings to health facilities nationwide for social health insurance fund claims to 2,048 hospitals. SHA CEO Dr. Mungai said the claims are for inpatient care, drugs and substance abuse cover, mental wellness, critical care and surgeries. In addition, over 1 billion shillings has been disbursed from the Primary Healthcare Fund, and another 1.7 billion shillings is being processed to cater for dialysis, oncology and surgical claims.